Welcome, welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging tight. A little bit of technical difficulties. We almost made one of our players a mute for the session. We're trying to navigate that. But it worked out. We're here. We're having a good time. And we're ready to hopefully send some catharsis directly at 2020 so that we can just bury it, ideally. It's not going to happen in real life, but I can pretend. Because today we are playing... So, first, I found this on Twitter, just by accident, because I follow a whole bunch of designers, and about halfway through last year, they had created an ode to 2020 and all the crappy things that were going on in a game system, no more than like 14 pages, called The World Broke. It is just a poignantly modern, kind of Electric Bastion lands, kind of not realistic system, and it is what we're playing a modified version of that today, and I will explain to these three the rules of what I'm changing, because I have not yet. But it's gonna be a good time. My name is Carlman Turner. You can call me Mads. I'm your GM. You can find me at JK Madigan as well. I really need to unify all of my handles. Somebody can get after me after the show about that. But let's go ahead and go around the table. We'll start with Sir Heck, and then Chaos, and then Innocent Bones down at the bottom there. Introduce yourselves, and as well, introduce your characters. Nobody's going to have any context to all the background to them, but share a little bit about them. What they're about and what they've been up to. Go for it.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, everybody. It's me, Sir Heckalot. You know. I will be playing June, a late 20s poet who, during the reality war, just slept. You know, sometimes you just sleep through your problems, even if they're the world's problems, and that's what she did. But she is coming back with a vengeance and her pen, hopefully going to finish a book that she believes will change everything by the end of our adventure here, but we'll see.
Chaos. You're up? Oh no.
Oh
no. No, not the hamsters.
Buddy.
Uh-oh.
You gotta get gremlins out of
How about
your
this?
mind. Oh,
there
it goes.
it is. Oh my god,
Maybe?
Get
yes.
after it.
Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. I'm Chaos. My computer does not like to have my mic, so maybe I'll just go deaf or mute midway through. If it happens again, I guess I'll just have to roll with it. I'll be playing Charles. He's a bit on the unhinged side. During the reality war, he was in an experimental military group where they tested drugs for the soldiers to increase their capabilities and effectiveness in emergency situations, and that the sheer amount of psychedelics and all of those hard drugs really kind of messed him up. So yeah, he's got a little thing he salvaged from a ship. He sleeps with it because it makes him feel warm and it keeps the dreams from being spicy.
All right. And on that note, I'm Chrissy. I'm going to be playing Flea. She kind of just, when everything started popping off, started running with a certain crowd and ended up being in part of kind of like a little bit of a rebellion, anti-establishment coup sort of thing that happened, and started doing some intel. So started sneaking around, being a little bit sneaky, trying to get into people's phones and computers and the whole 9 yards. And yeah, she's just really trying to get the hell out of Dodge. It's getting exhausting at this point.
And as you are, all three of you are traveling companions at the moment. You've been driving around in June's truck, heading up north, traveling the coast of the west of the United States, heading up towards Seattle, or what was Seattle, at least for the most part. For context, in an alternate timeline of cataclysmic events of 2020, anything that could have gone wrong in this timeline has. A global pandemic has rebuilt the disease afflicted into the walking dead. They are put down or burned on the outskirts of civilization. Failed genetically modified bees were built to try and fix the honey industry, but what it created were resilient, oversized murder hornets. The honey industry has collapsed and flowers are almost non-existent. Political spaces were taken over by sleeper cells of xenophobic alien races that have determined humans not worth keeping around except for as an expendable labor force. Lethal force is often used and martial law is present. Modern technology is actively used to control information and monitor human activity to an extreme and very open degree. Anybody who values any amount of privacy may have to entirely drop off the grid for that to happen. Humans tried to rebel, to burn the established regime and rally against the outside threats, but to no avail. By the end of October, barely half of humanity still remains, and any hope of rebellion or course correction has all but died into the static. This is the world that you now live, and the world you are all trying to escape. Traveling north, avoiding all of the crisis and apathy to hopefully find something better. For everyone else who are not quite as hopeful as you are, 2020 is believed to have been the end. We are now in springtime of 2021. You three have been traveling for a couple days now, finding yourselves together however you ended up doing so, whether that be combat or running or just needing company, because at the end of the day that's necessary. Everybody needs something, and family units are harder to come by right now. At the start of our adventure, you all are going to have to hold on because I actually forgot a couple things. Roll fast. This is another roll under system, so if you are going to donate to anything, -2s are good, +2s are bad. All other things are pretty much the same, and I will roll with whatever y'all happen to donate, so let's see what happens. Oh, and the modified rule here. You all have a collective, as a group, supplies stat. Whichever three of you would like to can monitor that and manage it. Whichever one decides to do so, which I'll let you guys get to trying to sort out your supplies here in a moment. We'll roll 3d6 like you had for every other stat. And then how it's going to work is every morning, you're each going to roll a d4, which will be subtracting from rations, any meds that you might need, like general things are all actively encompassed under this. Saves us some effort, and means that if you run out, you have a clear gauge as to when you're going to run out. Because we start with June's pickup failing. You're not sure why, but about 30 miles out of Seattle. You could have finished this trip in half an hour, and your truck dies. You guys stopped to take a break, maybe eat some lunch. You're on the side of the road. There is forest on either side of you. It's pretty. It's early morning-ish, and you have no hope of repairing this poor thing right now. I guess you could try. You would have to search out some supplies, but you are at an option of trekking it on foot, which would take you about, if we're averaging 8 miles a day, walking about 3 days.
What is the is okay? What is so when it does it start up? And then it'll like die out. Can you describe what would be happening to the truck? Is it just like not starting or something?
I will not, because I'm not a mechanic. I'm a GM. You expect me to do research? That's not going to happen. I don't know how to fix trucks.
I am the son of a mechanic,
No,
so I would be able to diagnose that.
We're talking
going off that. Yeah, like June probably has the hood up from the car and just I'm kind of like been overlooking at the engine. Like,
no, you're
guys,
getting.
I don't know how this works. Either of you know how this works?
Charles.
I'll be honest. I don't know that much.
Charles will be like, you do have gas, right?
I mean, I filled up a while ago, yeah. You
Okay.
were there.
Yeah. Um, okay. I'm gonna go inside the cabin and flick on the truck so that it'll like power on and see how much gas it has left.
You're looking at about a half a tank. It would have been easy to get there.
Okay.
You still have
come
lights
back.
for the moment. Battery still works.
Alright.
It is smoking. Truck is smoking a little bit, but
What color of smoke?
It's always a good sign.
we're gonna say white right now. We'll call it a little bit more steamy than smoky, but there's a little bit of gray in there. It's concerning, but not like you're gonna explode.
Right. He'll be like, right. It's kind of fucked. And he'll like try to explain like what's wrong with it, but he won't be able to get it out, and he'll like start hitting himself in the head with his palm, because he feels like he should know this, but he just can't recall it. It's like it's hard to repair. You would need a full shop and mechanics. We're probably gonna have to salvage what we can, fuel, battery, metal if you want to, but we'll have to travel the rest on foot.
I mean, yeah, that's a lot to carry, though.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
For context too, all of your guys' lives, basically, what you chose to take with you is in this truck. All of your belongings and your supplies and your food and your first aid, you are forced to only carry what you can with you. So at this point, I would like you to decide who's going to keep track of the supplies and rationing that out. So one person can monitor the stat, and then give me a 3d6 roll.
Do not make me roll it. I will roll very low. One of you guys do it. You should have seen my first set of stats. You don't want me rolling this.
Yeah.
Charles,
And
would
you
you
roll
like
both-
to, or would you like me to, sir?
You can.
Oh,
I have a
Jesus.
feeling that you'll be better at taking care of numbers and keeping track of them.
See?
Wow.
This is a
I
bad
think the
idea,
character's
but
getting to me.
we're gonna go with it. Okay, it's not bad. 11 total?
Okay. All right. So mark
Not
down 11.
horrible.
Perfectly acceptable for the moment. I might make you roll against that for certain things, or again, you will be rolling that down every morning for rations. So hopefully nobody overeats. Now,
Alright. I mean, as I just shove something in my mouth.
hey, it works. Don't do it too often, or I'll make the character roll. But I'm just kidding.
Ow.
Okay, so y'all are forced to trek it by foot. Pacific Northwest at this point is cold-ish, but it's still pretty tempered. It's just cold, rainy, as opposed to dead frigid. It's not raining currently. Low clouds, and seems to be clear. There's not a whole lot of well, there's not usually a lot of traffic, but it goes a good while before there's even the potential to see anybody or hear a sound of people where you are at.
Yeah, so
What
I
you'll do.
will grab as much as I can and kind of like slap Charles on the back as we're walking away and go, alright, let's get the fuck out of here. And we might not want to walk immediately on the road because Flea's a little bit paranoid.
Would it
Yeah,
be
and
possible?
walking on the street does not sound like a good idea.
Do we have any like fuel cans, like not canteens exactly, but kind of like fuel cans that I could scavenge some of the fuel from the truck from?
Fuck it. Roll me a d6.
Alrighty. That is a 4.
That is a 4. There is one. There's one fuel can in there. It's about what is it, like a 3.5 gallon.
Alright.
But if jostled, you also notice that towards the top portion of it, there is a light leak.
Alrighty.
So it is not perfectly sealed, but you can take it if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll fill it up and yeah, and I'll also see if I can take the car battery.
Okay. If you
Safely.
what else is in your inventory personally, Charles?
I've got a sword, pack of maps, and a Starship Dreamship core. I don't know how heavy that last one is.
Okay, so I'm gonna because it's a size thing as far as the gas can.
Okay.
The size thing between the gas can and the core, and frankly your swords, but I'll let the swords slide because swords are cool. The gas can and the core are both considered bulky. You can only carry 2 bulky items at a time. Anything more than that, and you would be at a severe detriment.
Okay. I'll take the core and the gas.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so trekking along. You guys are keeping off the road. Sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She goes into a little bit of a monologue. She talks about how their ship is gone adrift and now we're but long lost souls drifting in the ocean. That's good. I'm gonna write that down.
Are you just monologuing to yourself, just like
A little bit. Writing down
Well,
at the same time.
Perfect.
Your mind is very full of words. How do you keep track of them all?
Well, you see, I have this notebook here. I just write them all down. I feel like probably I should keep my eyes on more things on the outside, but this is just, I don't know, kind of an escapism, I guess.
Ah. I see. I will keep eyes out look for you.
Oh, good.
He's saying that he'll look out for her.
Perfect.
Sorry.
No, you're good. As much as that was presented metaphorically, I also would like you to roll a. Let's make this one mental. Let's make a mental save.
Okay, and we have to roll under
Yes.
our mental stat?
Yep. So whatever your stat is, you have to roll equal to or under.
So
Okay.
GM can Flea also be doing that? She's just gonna be either in the front or behind, whichever way
Yeah, get after it.
somebody is.
I did not make it.
Okay.
I
so
did
fail.
not make that save.
I did.
Okay. So
You want to be under the number or under, right?
yeah,
Under.
either the number or under. So
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
sounds good. So, you are very focused on watching out for a person, and Flea is very focused on watching out for people. Ahead of you is our first, I guess, encounter. So how these are going to work is each day, you have approximately 3 days. If too many activities in a day take too much time, then we can extend that. You start to end up with extra days. Things get harder. But you have 3 days, ideally. Each day is going to have 2 primary events within it that are to be tackled however you choose. Now, this first one that you notice before you all stumble on it, thank God, is that the heights of these trees almost mask the presence of 4 or 5 of these hornets in their own nests. And when I'm talking murder hornets, we're talking they are big enough to have their own individual, like, regular bee-sized beehive like nest. They nest like birds individually. And there are, about 5 of them. 3 on one side of the road, 2 on the other, as far as these little nesting places up in the trees. And one of them kind of starts to pick up and buzz around that space. Now, you know these things to be aggressive, and they are generally a problem. You also are unfamiliar with the woods, so you can travel through, risking an encounter, or you can go around. Might take you some more time, but it could be safer.
Which way is the wind blowing? Is it blowing from them towards us? Are we downwind of them, or are they downwind of us? Or is it parallel, perpendicular?
Yeah, wind would actually be blowing perpendicular to the road right now.
Alrighty, cool. So
because
they
it's coming
can't
in
smell us.
from you guys are close enough to the coast right now that most of your winds are coming from the oceanic side of things.
Okay.
So before we like walk into this fully, one of the items that I have on me is a ray gun.
Well, hot damn. I really should have checked everybody's inventories first.
I
mean,
you know.
Fair
I
enough.
had to I said I had to re-roll everything because
You did. You did.
we
and
all had
You
the
did,
exact
yeah.
same stuff. So
All right, not
so
everybody.
I'm going to pull it out, and I will just have it on my side. No promises on if I know how to shoot it,
Fair enough.
but I have it.
Okay. These are not spectacular ray guns either, so you do know firing a ray gun off is a like they're powerful, but it is also a relatively loud endeavor. Has kind of a thunderous, kind of a crackle at the beginning of it. So you will alert people if you fire it.
Are we gonna try to go
Right.
through quietly? Because these things like kind of freak me out.
We certainly can. So we can either fight, and I'm thinking if I take the charge with my sword, I can hold them off, and I don't know how well you can fire that thing, but you should just look down the sights, and whatever's in between the beads will be hit, hopefully. So we can exterminate them if need be.
So idea. I know we grabbed that gasoline. How about we soak some trees, maybe like the tips of them, do like those old school medieval style fucking torches, and walk slowly. Because they're not gonna fuck with the fire, right? Like a Molotov cocktail, only we're not throwing it, we're holding it still. Does that work?
We have
Kind of,
some.
yeah, I think that idea would be better since there are so many of
Yeah.
them.
If we have some rags, we can take some thicker sticks, and wrap them up, and then dip them in the gasoline. That would work. You would have to be careful with the gasoline dripping onto your hands, because then it will stick and burn, and it will hurt a lot.
Alright, so you'll see Flea grab her jean jacket, and she will rip a sleeve off. Just one sleeve, and hand it to Charles. And be sleeveless. Fuck sleeves.
Alright. Slave down, I
Yeah.
guess.
Sleeves are bullshit.
Sleeves are bullshit.
Yeah, and okay. Who's gonna look for the sticks? The thicker tree limbs. Do you wish to do that?
But I also have just a lot of paper. If we
Okay,
need something like that.
How are we gonna
not
get to the stay?
necessarily.
So I think maybe we
Yeah,
should stick with sticks.
Yeah,
That can help start the fire.
the paper. Yeah. Oh frick! We left the battery. I wouldn't be able to. Do we have ways of starting a fire?
Yes. So supplies,
Okay.
again, kind of generally encompass all of the basic necessities. So matches exist, rags exist.
Okay.
Toilet paper doesn't exist. That was a bad time in 2020. But there,
Oh, you're hitting
And
too
here we
close
are
to home,
starting the
man.
fires of
food's
2020.
there, sleeping bags, shit like that.
Yeah. So
So
I will start tearing them up, tearing up the sleeve into kind of not super thin strips, but like strips to where we'll be able to like tie them around sticks and have them have volume to hold.
Okay.
The
Alright.
gasoline.
So I'm gonna say, for the sake of, I don't really need you to roll to make a torch. Y'all have 3
Okay.
torches. There's 3 torches between
Alright.
Styx and Jean and some ingenuity. I have no problem with that. I would like Charles specifically, though. Give this. Make this one a physical save.
Okay. I passed it.
Okay, good. So you were careful enough with the gasoline, knowing that there was a leak in it, to not have to worry about that. But you all proceed forward with lit Jean torches. Now,
Excuse me.
was that a sneeze? That was the
That was.
tiniest,
There's another one in
quietest
there.
sneeze I've ever heard.
There's another one.
Well, I'll wait. I mean, yeah, that was so small and adorable. Bless you.
Sounds like a door squeak.
I hate sneezing.
Fair enough. So yeah, this is a loose session. We're all just relaxing here. At least I am. I don't
Vibes
know
are
what's
strong
going on.
with this group.
So, are you all just pressing forward directly through the center then, slowly with fire raised? Is the idea to keep them at bay with smoke, or what is the goal?
Kind of all of the, or at least I would think it would be kind of all of the above. Like, they're not going to come super close to something that's probably on fire, but also like the added smoke from the gasoline would be helpful because they're not.
Yeah,
They're
Okay.
not going to want to
fumes
enter
would
into that
probably
as
not
well.
be
And
too good for them.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
would think we'd be moving through, but slowly.
All right. So
If
you-
there's a stealthing,
Yeah, like if we
Stealth
can
it.
stealth, that would be great.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the sake of thought forward, I'll allow it. You guys all progress forward slowly, avoiding as much as you can noise through the center space and too much activity as to kind of diffuse the billow of smoke coming off of these torches. You got to move slow enough that it's actually kind of above you as opposed to just behind you. June, I would like you to make a mental save for me, since you are the only one who
Woohoo.
made specific note about not particularly liking the hornets. This is
Oh,
probably
boy.
relatively stressful.
Oh yay, that's a pass. 2 for my 14.
All right, very good.
Yurt.
So, between the 3 of you, you all progress on, heading deeper down the road, and you continue for probably a good couple of hours or an hour or 2 in quiet. It's peaceful. If you're paying attention and at the moments of the biggest lull, you can almost hear the ocean off in the distance. To your left, it would be at this point. But after a bit, you end up coming across. Where is it?
Oh, Sir Heck, you're such a good player. You're actually taking notes.
Oh no, this is just me.
Oh, that's just you scribbling?
You pass through, and what you end up finding as you kind of round the bend of one of these switchbacks, which were probably delightful to take on a motorcycle on the I-5 when things were good. You round this bend, and there's a gas station. There, you've probably been walking for a couple of miles now. Good couple of miles. Making less ground than you'd like, just because it's a windier road, but it's been safe. It's been an easy trip, and not only do you find a gas station, but it appears to be occupied.
Alright. Are there any vehicles outside this gas station?
There is one but even at a distance, it would appear that this has been there a while. This is not...
non-operational.
Yeah, non-operational. You're not sure, and I say occupied, but as you're glancing around, you watch one person, just kind of the back of them, walk into the front doors of the building. But beyond that, you're not sure if it's a quantity or just one person looting, but it's just an old gas station. Plants have already started to pick it up.
I will turn to June and Charles and ask, do you want to try stopping, or do we bypass this? Does anyone need anything?
Checking out.
There is confirmed one person in there, so we may want to proceed with caution, although they didn't... what was the demeanor of the person that went in there? Did they look like they would, like, throw hands at first sight?
At the visual that you got, you're not sure if they're a fighting type, but their movement was with intent.
Alright. So... we could go in, see if it's got any supplies. Maybe barter if it is under someone's jurisdiction. I don't know. We could just get more supplies there, if you wish. I think we're good on supplies for the next little while. Just help out a bit.
I'm gonna turn to June and I'm gonna say, so, I mean this respectfully, but like, maybe one of the ones with a weapon should go, right? Like maybe you just hide out somewhere, that way nothing bad happens to you.
No offense taken. I'm more of a lover and not a fighter, so I understand.
Just a little nervous about you not having a weapon, friend.
Just a little.
Does it, well, it might manipulate your answers a little bit. You still have options, but you hear a buzzing behind you. It's loud, and it's rapidly approaching, and you would at first think it was the hornets, until you recognize the sound for something else.
Like a motorcycle?
More like a drone.
Alright,
no.
well, no, alright, fuck it, we're going in.
And
I will grab June's arm.
We should probably head into the forest, that way it won't be able to see us.
Are you going straight into the gas station?
I was...
Okay. So 2 people have called it, so June's being dragged in by Flea.
I'm being dragged.
As...
Alrighty, I'll like
She's
stand a bit
small.
confused, like looking between them and the trees, and then head for the gas station.
Okay.
In
Straight.
my head, I'm like, they can't see us in a building, but they could follow us into the woods. That's where Flea would go. She'd be like, oh, fuck.
Fair. So, as you all head into the building, knowing only one real open entrance, you do know it to be open, you traipse in through the front doors. Dusty windows obscure the view of what is inside, and as all 3 of you enter hurriedly to avoid the drone that you can hear passing down the road, we're actually going to take an early break, and we will be back in 5 to 10-ish minutes. We're going to readjust. Hopefully Charles isn't going to lose his mic while we're waiting.
Hopefully.
And
One can hope.
We will see you guys all here. Welcome back. No, I wasn't. Well, okay. The cold open, I guess. Hey, guys.
Cold open.
So we're
That
doing
was in
great.
3 different languages.
Yeah, cold open in 3 different languages. We're doing great. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there. We are hanging out with a whole bunch of crew. We're going to introduce one new character real fast. If you want to introduce yourself as well as who you are a little bit as a character to everybody watching Shockpoint.
All right. So, yep, I am Shockpoint Failure, usually referred to as Shockpoint in all of these things, so just Shock, but it doesn't matter. Today I am playing one Jasper Jazz Campbell, who shall be having a rather fun introduction into the actual story in just a few moments, if I'm not mistaken.
You are indeed correct, because as everybody enters this gas station, finding shelter from the drone coming down the way that they can hear, you all find 3 individuals stopping and turning to look at the 3 of you who had just walked in. Not particularly happy, but also kind of surprised that there are not only one other person, but like several other people just meandering into this gas station while you're not sure if they're looting or trying to hole up here. All guys, all anywhere between like 20 and 45. And one of them looks over at the 3 of you and goes, "Gas station's closed. Y'all can leave.
Drone.
Y'all will stay quiet and get the hell out of the way of the windows." And the 3 of them, very much keeping eyes on you, like they're not turning their backs to the situation, kind of drop behind the counter or, lean against one of the shelves that by this point have been cleared out of pretty much most food. There is some left, but it's pretty sparse. And as you all hear this drone pass by and get louder, it reaches about the front of the gas station, and it stops, and auditorily you can hear it do a circle of the nearby location. Presumably just because buildings, and then it continues on down the way. After a short moment, one of the guys kind of stands up, and you can see him frustrated. He just kind of swings, and a couple bags of chips, partially eaten, partially torn through, just kind of fly off the shelf. And he's like, "Fucking Amazon. I'm so sick of these things." And the other 2 start agreeing, and they start bitching over the drone surveillance of the kind of corporate monopolization of economy now working with government in just a horrible conglomerate. They continue on like this for maybe a couple of sentences, very heated, before one of them kind of shoulder punches the other, and they give a nod, and they turn back to you and they go, "All right. Now, they're gone. We did you a favor. Get out."
So, I'm going to, while still holding on to June, probably like her, like this part of her arm, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am going to say, what do you think we could do to just have a few minutes here to kind of get ourselves together and come up with a game plan before we walk back out there? An attempt to kind of like get them to not kick us out immediately.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, give me a social save.
It's meet it, beat it, right?
Meet it, beat it.
Okay, I have a 14 in social and I rolled a 14, so I was like, oh no.
Amazing.
Just barely. So they all look at you and they go, "Fine, but you huddle by the door. Keep away from the supplies. We were here first. Dibs is dibs." And he kind of turns and walks over and picks up a rucksack, a pretty hefty rucksack, and starts kind of. You see him actually set it to the side, and he picks up 2 of those bags that are like partially eaten chips, and like very gingerly rolls them so that he doesn't lose any more of chips, and sets them in the bag, and then like starts piling other supplies in there. Shock point.
Mm-hmm.
Jazz, you are not really familiar with anything going on outside of the space that you are in. If you've ever been in a walk-in freezer, they are pretty soundproof. I've been in a couple in my time. And there is one other individual in there with you. you are tied up, you are conscious, and you are probably not having a good time. But right now, the individual who is in there with you is just kind of... He's like, if you're here and your back is to the far end of the like the freezer, he would be sitting probably 6 feet in front of you, like on the ground. Looks like filling out a crossword, but he's got a bat sitting next to him, just kind of leaning against the door.
A question: is his back to me?
No, he's facing you.
Ah.
So your back is to this wall, like tied to a chair, and his back is to the door, sitting on the ground. In case you get any funny ideas, his feet are up, so he is not extending himself into the space.
Mm-hmm. So he's like in a chair, kicked back, feet up on something.
Well, I mean, no, he's sitting against the door, but as opposed to having his legs just like down and out, he's kind of cornered himself up. Yeah, just to reduce the amount of reach that you might have, because his black eye supposes that he's not particularly keen on having to do guard duty at the moment.
Further question: how exactly am I tied up?
Hands behind you, not tied to the chair, but you are, I guess, around the chair enough that you couldn't pull up and over because of the bevel of how the chair sits. And then each individual leg is actually tied to the chair. So you have more motion with your hands than you do with your legs, but it's just those 3 points.
All right, let's see. And where exactly is my stuff? Is it in line of sight?
No.
No, of course. They took my stuff.
They took your stuff.
That is actually fairly reasonable.
I have shit in Detroit.
So, Jazz is just going to be sitting there grumbling as he's glaring at this one lone guard.
We say guard, but he's like 19, and we're talking like kind of dirty Walmart wife beater, pretty proud. The kind of kid who would be pretty proud of his arms. He's like, yeah, I fucking work out, but he doesn't do leg day ever. He's that kid, just in a tank top, short hair, matted. He's dirty. I mean, so is everybody else you saw, but... Oh, and you are also familiar with how many people are in here. As you come to, you know that there are 4 people in the... if everybody else is with him.
Alright. Just for clarification, did I give him that black eye when they jumped me, or...
Yep.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that was a stern, get the hell away from me elbow, probably. Very collected right to his face. He's not super keen.
Alright. Okay, so I got jumped by, I'm counting a grand total of 5, was it at this point?
4 total. There are 3 out there with the other 3. Yeah.
4 total, okay.
Yeah. So for those counting at home, it's 4 on 4.
What?
I have a
What?
sword.
Oh.
And just one final clarification.
Yeah, get for it.
How engrossed is this man with his crossword?
You know, that's a good question. He's actually pretty frustrated at that crossword. He has been sitting... You have watched him burn probably a third of his eraser on presumably the same line.
Alright. So, can I roll physical to try and at least break the bonds on my wrists?
Yeah, I think the wrists are doable with a successful physical here.
Alright. And let's see, my physical is a 15. Yeah, no, that's not happening.
What'd you roll?
If in any other game it would be the greatest thing ever. In this game, no, I got a 20.
Nice. Okay. All right. So you go to tense and try to pop your restraints and remove them. And what you end up doing is giving yourself a hella amount of rug burn on the hemp rope that they have salvaged.
Which one of you Boy Scouts were responsible for these knots?
Yeah, and at this point, the kid's gonna look up at you and he goes, "Excuse me? You're not supposed. Why? You're not trying to escape, are you?"
Well, I don't know. Usually it's fairly reasonable for somebody to try to escape when they're tied up.
We told you we'd let you go. We're just gonna give us a head start.
Alright, was this before or after you guys jumped me?
You know, that's fair. I don't really remember. Why? Do you need something?
A bathroom break wouldn't be out of the question.
Roll a social save.
Oh no.
Well, this is going to be a great start. I got a 17 with my score of 13.
Nice. Okay.
You know, sometimes you want low roller dice. Just, you know.
Yeah, I'm not using my critical roll
Take the
dice
ones that
for
were in your dice jail and you use them for games like this.
Yeah.
Exactly. Big brain.
Your big brain.
He looks at you and he chuckles and he goes, "Eh, you know what? I'm not unreasonable." And he kind of leans, and as he leans, you can hear the crinkle of plastic as he just kind of shifts and like pulls like an empty water bottle that he's been sitting on, like, and he takes the cap of it and he blows into it to kind of get rid of the collapsing, at least partially, and he rolls this like kind of shitty plastic like Dasani water bottle over to you. Not Dasani. This is, I'm not getting copywritten on
It's Amazon.
It's something bad.
Amazon
No,
water
I can
bottle.
shit on Amazon all they want. They don't even
Yeah.
they don't give a shit.
It's intelligent water.
Yeah. Brain brain water.
I'm just going to look at him. You're serious.
No, I'm not serious. You couldn't use that even if you tried. I don't give a shit. You wanna piss yourself, I'll be outside. And he stands up and he takes the bat and he takes his crossword and he pockets the crossword. And he opens the freezer door. You all three would hear this and at least be able to register and look at the door. But it is perpendicular to where you are sitting, so you don't see anybody in it. But you see this fourth individual walk out and the door closes, which it's closes a bit slow, but he eventually ends up leaning up against the back of the door.
Well, this is just great.
Oh, now we're back to all four of you. What y'all doing?
So, how capable do the other three look? Because judging from now that we've seen the fourth dude, he's about my age, and a bit on the bit more of the limp noodle body build, from what I've gathered.
Yeah, I mean he's fit, but he's like, I've been working on a farm, like farmer's tan, not really working out. He's just
constantly
fit.
going through.
Yeah, he's just constantly
work.
doing stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Flea's gonna do something dumb. So, she's gonna say, as we get our shit together, is it okay if I use the bathroom?
Yeah, that. Sure. There's nobody out here for miles. You could have just pissed in the woods. It's not like there's running water anyway. Fine.
Well, some of us have lady issues actually, and I should probably go with her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on my period. I could do that right here if you want. And I'm just gonna deadpan stare at him. And if you have any tampons, that'd be great too.
Bye.
Into the void I go.
So he's gonna the guy you were just talking. He's turning to you. He looks at you, and he looks to the kid who's leaning against the freezer. And as the eyes follow, you can see the bathroom is behind, like down this hallway, behind or past the freezer. And he goes, "Yeah, fuck it, do what you want. I'm not dealing with that out here. Fucking gross. Go." And he's and he looks at the kid and he's like, "Richard, you pay attention to that fucking hallway. Put the crossword away. Brace yourself against the door, god damn it. I'm not dealing with you just shooting the shit with your fucking bat and your crossword, because that's the only thing you've been doing the whole time we've been out here. Do your job. We're almost done." And the kid kind of stiffens up. He's also a little frustrated. He doesn't seem the type to take authority well, but he leans against the door and kind of digs his feet in a little bit and grips the bat and pockets the crossword he just unpocketed, and watches. If you two are passing him, he'll watch you pass.
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna pass him, and as I do that, I'm going to grab June's hand, like intertwine, and I'm gonna wink at him and kind of nod towards the bathroom.
Oh shit. Okay. Alright.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, I don't know what's going on. I
Let's make this
genuinely
one-
have no idea
No,
what's
let's
happening.
make this one a mental save. No, I guess I would be rolling a mental save for that one. Shit. Give me a sec.
Don't worry about it.
I
Don't-
failed
honey,
my
don't worry
mental
about it.
save. What are you talking about?
Don't worry about
I
it.
rolled a
don't worry
4.
about it.
So that's a success on your part, I take it.
That's a success on my part.
It's a fail on
would've
his
argued-
part.
I would have argued for a advantage because I'm helping, but she got it.
All right,
the
so
different-
Charles, you are left alone at the door of this gas station.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if from what I'm just kind of just standing there. So I see the one that came out of the freeze freeze locker had a bat. Were there any other weapons that they had?
So one guy, the older guy, he hasn't talked much. He's been just filling bags and things. He is actually holstering a gun. The other two are, one of them's got a pretty nasty looking knife on his side, a Bowie knife, some form. Then the kid with the bat, and then the other one doesn't or hasn't shown a weapon yet, if he does have one, or if he's set it down somewhere, but he's not currently like easily visually armed. You, as you are surveilling things, it takes probably a good minute and a half of, for this kid, what is deafening amounts of contemplation as he's going between like, okay, but the bathrooms are that way, but those guys are assholes, but and eventually steps away from the freezer door to go to the bathrooms, and you watch him set the bat down by the outside of the bathroom doors as he goes inside. And Jazz, you would hear that. Not the bat, but you would not necessarily maybe hear, but you would see almost just the bit of release of pressure against the door as it kind of settles into its new position. Just a little bit. but with your character background, you'd
thank
probably
you
pay
for
attention.
poor maintenance of freezer doors. All right. So I need to get out off this chair for the first thing. Let's see. So which one do you want to
So,
focus on first?
Yeah, go for who. I mean,
yeah.
you get after it.
All right.
Um,
Would it be another physical check to try and break the bonds again, or can I look around the room to see if there's anything within arm's reach that, well, within reasonable reach that could help me get out of this chair?
So you would not be visible because of stacked boxes on one side of this freezer, but there is actually access, or like you could, in theory, see through to the, like the, oh god, my brain just melted. Fuck. The beer doors. The doors that you put the beer in the gas station. This
Mhm.
is
Cooler
behind
doors?
that directly. It's currently stacked with empty boxes and things, but in theory you could get through there. What I was getting at is there are shelves. You could, in theory, again, hold on to or kind of prop yourself up against these shelves or use them. There is actually something to hold on to. Everything else is smooth. It's a freezer.
Okay. I was hoping for like a
Then there's a bottle.
sharp
I mean,
edge.
yeah, you got the bottle. Well, that's, again, these shelves are, you've got corrugated metal, gas station shelves. You could try it.
It's better than nothing, so how hard would it be for me to scooch this chair over close enough so I can start sawing through these ropes?
They're not smart people. It's just some wooden chair they found in the back that, like, the old shop manager probably had. It's not bound down by anything.
Alright, so yeah, I'm just going to hop scooch this chair over and start working on the ties around my wrist.
Okay.
Hopefully that won't take too long.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to roll me another, I will give you the option. I'm going to give you either a mental save or I will give you a physical save. This will either be time and meticulousness or just the trying to tear through the bonds as quickly as you can to vacate. Either one's failure may have different outcomes.
I have better chances for physical, but I feel like mental would result in lesser outcomes. Oh, screw it. Go big or go home. I'm going physical.
Okay.
And that is a 14.
Out of 15? Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold on to those numbers here for just a second. Charles, what was your... Why were you checking out some weapons?
I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should start fighting, because I do know the kid is with the two ladies. But I was just checking out my chances to see if I could take on all three. Follow-up question: does my sword have a scabbard, or like a sheath, something like that?
Yeah.
Or would
And
I
I
just
don't see why
okay.
not.
Alrighty. Okay. So I'll ask him. So what you got in that freezer that's needing guarding? Got like a animal or something?
Hold on to that for a sec. June, Flea, what are you guys up to?
So as we walk in, I am going to say very quietly to June, follow my lead. I swear I've got a plan. And
Alright.
I will step behind on the side of the door, so if like the door swings open, I want to be on the so that he couldn't see
The
me.
hidden side of the door. Okay.
The hidden side of the door. And I would like to come up behind him and hold my ray gun to the back of his head and tell him to shut the fuck up.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
I'm just trying to get you a weapon. I want
The
his
old
bat.
bait and switch.
That's it.
As he walks in without a bat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you wait. June, you are in view as the door opens, and the kid smiles, probably more uncomfortably than you'd like, as he kind of turns and realizes that there's only the one of you there before Flea stands out behind the door. Put the gun against the side of the head, and at that close you can hear the kind of like microwave-esque kind of buzz of just the passive existence of this ray gun, or at least he does. And he kind of stops for a second, his eyes go wide, and he goes, "Fuck." Well,
Just have a seat. You don't gotta die. I promise. Just
there's
have a
more
seat.
of us out there.
Yeah,
All I have
it's
to
fine.
do is shout.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'll shoot you and I'll shoot the rest of them. So we could all just survive this. Have a seat. And I'm gonna direct him towards sitting on one of the commodes. And I'm gonna say, June, get in the supplies and tie him up. Put something in his mouth.
Okay. She does that.
Okay. So, you are exhausting supplies to tie this kid up. Go ahead and roll me a D2.
Oh. Yeah, let me get one. Oh, jeez. I know I have one in here, but I have like a giant bag of dice.
I could roll a d4.
Big
and-
ass bag of dice.
Oh my
That is
god,
a
that's
huge
so
bag of dice.
Found it.
Okay, nice.
This took me a second.
I love
It was a
this
1.
game.
1. All right. So mark 1 down from your supplies, as you've exhausted some rope and some rags to gag this poor kid who, just serendipitously before you you manage to shut him up right as he starts talking about this is why he's entirely stopped trusting women, and then starts to blather on about that kind of thing, as you just and then leave him in the bathroom. Are you guys vacating the bathroom now, or are you leaving somebody to watch him?
Yeah, I'm going to tell June, again, still holding the ray gun at him, for her to take the bat.
Yeah, just go pocket that bat real quick.
And
You don't know where the bat is.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't
It's
walk in.
outside.
Oh,
Yeah, he didn't
no.
walk in
No.
with the bat.
Oh
Nope.
no.
All right, I'm gonna tell her, you walk out first. Keep an eye out for the bat, wherever you see it, if you can grab it. Until then, I'll follow you out in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Walk out, look for the bat.
Okay. As you walk out and look for the bat, shock point.
Mm-hmm.
In about 10 seconds worth of conversation, you manage to break your restraints. Charles, you've asked a question saying, "Why is that refrigerator guarded?" And what you did was turn eyes on the fact that there is not a guard at the refrigerator door. So they look over as June walks out, look to June, and this is the first point that you've seen the guy with somebody shouts at June. This is the first moment that you see that older guy with the gun actually turn away from what he is doing to pay attention to what's going on. And the guy who keeps speaking up for everything, is kind of self-proclaimed leader of this whole ordeal, looks at June and shouts, "Hey! Where the fuck's Richard?"
I don't know. We were just going to the bathroom.
No. Are you fucking kidding me? You wanna?
Does it look like I'm kidding?
There is one hallway, miss, and he's like walking. He's about 6 paces away from Charles at this point. Shock, you have now busted through your restraints. You can actually hear some level of volume out of this because this dude's pissed. It's muffled from your space, but it's there. And he's taking steps towards you, June, and he's looking. He says, "There is one fucking hallway between the bathroom and your boy right here." And he pulls the knife out of the side of his, off the side of his belt. Just kind of bracing himself as he kind of stops around Charles. And he goes, and you're gonna lie to me?
Maybe you should keep better watch on your people then.
So, hang
How
on, let me make sure.
can I... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm making sure I track what he's doing. He's not moving down the hall towards June, but moving towards Charles.
He's in melee range of just shanking Charles right now.
Yeah. Can I? I'm gonna get my my sword kind of just in my hands. I'm gonna hold it kind of like have the hilt and then hold the scabbard with 2 fingers, so that if I do need to swing, I can just release those and the scabbard will come flying off.
Fair enough.
Can I hear any of this happening out there?
Oh yeah, they're not quiet about it.
Okay, I'm gonna start moaning really loudly. It's gonna be like that scene in Sleepless in Seattle, where I'm just gonna make some stuff up.
Okay.
Why is
Alright.
it bad at this point?
I'm going to
Okay.
say during all of this,
Uh-huh.
that going on, hearing him moving away from that, I'm going to try. The fridge door, does it open towards the main room or towards the other side of the hall?
Yeah, so it would open into the hallway. If you were to push the door fully open, like 90 degrees, it would block visual between the guy who's going to shank Charles and June, who's on the other side of the door by the bathroom.
I was actually going to try and crack it just slightly open to see what I can see down the
Yeah,
hall.
fair enough. I was just giving you perspective. All right. So at where you would be at, the door would open. You would see the Charles and other guy situation.
So, just to make sure, that would mean the bat would be behind the door.
Correct. The bat is to the left of June right now.
Okay.
Like at her left if she just walked out of the door. Flea, go ahead and make me a social save.
A 12 out of 14.
Okay.
Just because
So-
these keep working, so like I'm just gonna keep going with it.
Fair enough. So,
I'm wondering what the face is on the kid. Like, what is his face saying? He's like, what?
Listen, it's the end of the world.
the
You
kid
use
is
what you
very
have.
confused.
Yeah.
He is.
Would that be a boy toy? I'm not gonna. I'm sorry.
Do
No,
what you can.
you're
Give
good.
a girl a weapon. She needed a weapon.
No, this kid is very confused. As you are now weaponizing your own allure against the whole group, as he realizes what you're doing, but he can't do anything about it. And the guy down the hall hears it, and he starts fucking laughing. He's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That goddamn motherfucking..." You know what? Fine. Let the kid have his fun. Stay at the end of the hall. Don't fucking do anything. And he kind of just kind of taps the side of your shoulder, Charles, and he's like, "I wasn't gonna do anything, you know that." And he kind of smiles and he sheathes his
Never
sword
know.
and he sheathes his dagger and he walks off. Kind of tenaciously at this point. The older guy with the gun is still kind of having eyes on you guys, like, you've made raucous a couple of times now in a couple of minutes, and he is not particularly pleased. So he's very much just kind of eyeing the whole crew, or what eyes on he has of the crew. Jazz, Charles.
Okay, so I see that. So he's not going to move into a position where I can just take him out with the door. And how sturdy are the shelves between me and the fridge doors that open, that you would grab drinks out of?
Thank you for articulating that. Still bad, but better than me by leaps and bounds. Nobody will know what that's actually called ever. So they are, I mean, they're riveted to the poles, I guess, holding up these shelves. They're sturdy enough. You would probably need some implement of some form to be able to injure them, unless you wanted to, like, spear dive between them. But there's also, you know, a glass door.
Yeah. And which means pulling the shelves out would either A, not be possible, or B, take too long.
Right.
Alright. So there's no good cautious option. Well, I guess the next best thing would be to get somebody's attention. And there's no pipes, tools, whatnot that I could grab beside. Oh wait, the chair.
It's true. You got a chair in there.
So, let's see. I'm going to see if I can make a loud bang on the inside of the fridge door.
Okay.
And then I'm going to grab the chair and get ready to, well, smack whoever comes in to check with the chair in the face.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, June and Charles, how interested are you in that door?
I'm not super interested. I know that there's definitely something in there that needs guarding, but not like too much. But now that there's a guard there, now that there isn't a guard there,
now.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if either of you are either interested or perceiving yourselves as benevolent enough to want to intercept that door if there is something in there, now that there isn't a guard.
Probably not. June just wants to get out alive at this point.
Fair enough.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
You can say no to that. I'm not trying to. It's
no,
not a trick question.
Okay, so my current two options that I've got in my head is either just stand by or start shit. And so do I roll for that?
To start shit?
Like,
around, find out.
to start shit. Yeah, fuck around, find out. Because there's.
Yeah, you got put in a weird position because everybody else made moves and left
I'm
you
alone.
there.
I'm fucking alone. There are three guys. One of them has a gun. Another has a knife. One of them probably just punches people to death. So, like, I've got a sword that kind of helps, but I'd have to go after the guy with the gun first because he has the range on me. So, like, should I roll and see if I should start shit?
So you don't have to roll to start shit. If you want to attack somebody, like, then you would roll. But
I'm wanting to roll. I'm asking, should I roll to decide whether I start shit or not?
So
Yeah.
give me a. Oh, are you rolling for your own benefit there?
Yeah,
to make your own decision.
I'm rolling a decision. So
wash my hands.
Give me a 1 or a 2 to start shit.
1 to start shit, 2 to not.
Alrighty. That's a 1. I'm starting shit.
Oh yes, start shit. I need shit going down for me to work.
Do I see like a look in Charles's eyes that he's about to do something?
Okay, the look in Charles's eyes is always kind of like he's about to do something. He's like post-coked out at this point. Like he's.
So I can see June.
Yes, you can see June, and
can
June
see
can
each
see the wild Charlie Day in your eyes as you start, like, just take a tighter grip on your sword. Big bang
gonna-
in the room where Jazz is means the guy with the knife gestures to the guy without knife or gun and makes comment to go hold off on the door, or like he basically go brace the door, because he's convinced that y'all are not gonna start shit. So your window is either, Charles, you can wait for this man to pass you, and he will make it to the door, which is what Jazz wants. You don't know that, but that's what Jazz wants. Or if you're starting shit, he's going to pass you within melee range.
Okay. I'm going to wait for him to pass, and whenever like he's like reached the door,
Okay.
like just like wait for him to like open the door and kind of wait for him to separate himself from the other two.
Okay.
And when that happens, I'm going to swing my sword with the scabbard, and in the middle of the swing, I'm gonna release
You're
and
just trying to
try to
bonk
see
him
if I
with
can.
the scabbard at a distance.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly social distance bonking. Bonk
Such a
from
great no
home.
I
Jail.
know the trick. You didn't think I
Yeah,
wasn't a
so-
fucking junior high kid with swords?
So I'm gonna aim for the guy with the gun. I'm gonna try to kind of distract him once the other guy's separated, and then I'm going to try to rush the guy with a knife.
Okay.
But that's my plan.
So to be clear then, one guy's passing you. You're
Mhm.
making the assumption that he's not going to pay attention to you, and you are going to fling your scabbard at Gunman
Yes.
while
I'm
rushing
gonna wait for him
towards
to.
Knife Boy.
Yes. I'm gonna
Okay.
wait for the guy passing me to get further down the hallway.
Let's get to the door.
Yeah.
So the sequence of events was about to happen is he's flinging sword while I'm kicking the door open to hit this man at the door.
Yep.
And then while I'm swinging the chair into the face of man at the door, he's rushing the guy with the knife.
So, combat's simple and the world broke. You can move and you can do a thing. So, now, considering we are in combat, I apologize, Flea, you have had your moment. I will get to you in a minute.
She's having her moment. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. So, in sequence, this man walks past you, the one without knife. He gets
Mhm.
to the door. You then turn and spin and release your scabbard. That is the noise it makes as it flies from the blade and at Gunman. And then, so that would be your action, and then your move is to barrel towards
Like,
Knife Boy.
Yes.
Okay,
Just sword out and running towards him.
okay, and then your action, Jazz, is to take a hit with the door at this guy.
Mhm.
Both of you go ahead and make physical
Physical
rolls
saves.
for me. In general, physical rolls are going to be like all of your damage stuff unless you're shooting a gun.
So I got a natural 1.
'Kay.
So does it like crit or something? I don't know the rules on the lowest score you can go.
I don't know that it read it, but I think criticals
I don't
are
think
fun.
that there's a crit.
So
but,
we'll go make it
okay.
a critical
Uh-huh.
because I think they're fun.
Okay.
What'd you get? Shock point?
I got a 10.
Got a 10. So
Yep.
yeah, 2 successes. June, you simultaneously see Charles doing some wild sword swinging shit. Because visually, he swings his sword. He is nowhere near anybody. And then you see a shout from the man probably 15, 20 feet down the way as he gets clocked in the throat with the butt end of this scabbard. And is now coughing as he pops the button on the holster of his revolver, trying to remove it. Not having a great time doing so. And then as you watch that happen, as the guy had passed him, all of a sudden you can no longer see that happen because the door opens violently and just slams into the face of this other guy. Jazz, go ahead and give me a D4 for door. and
Roll for door.
Roll for door
Roll for
damage.
door.
All right, I did not get max, but I got a 3.
very nice. Charles
Okay.
actually the same. I think Scabbard is also 4.
Roll a d4.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna need some.
That's a
enemy sneaking
2, so crit would double that?
in. Roll it twice.
Okay.
We'll make this a roll twice system.
2 and a 4, so 6.
2, 4. All right. So. Let's see here. And you rolled a 3, you said?
Mm-hmm.
So you stagger. Both of them are staggered, not having a great time. June, you are up action-wise.
Okay, do I see the bat now?
Oh yeah, I mean you,
The thing
yeah.
that all of this was
The
for?
bat would have been on your
Yes.
side of the door when it opens.
Okay.
Yeah, you can collect bat.
Okay, I have bat now. We are good, guys. This is the new branch. Okay, yeah, sure. I guess we're doing this. I just see all this violence happen and I'm encouraging it. So I'm just gonna walk up with the bat and hit whoever needs a good bonk.
Which would be the guy who just got broke his nose with the door. As he kind of falls backwards, he hits a crate, a stack of empty milk crates. As you approach him, just both hands ready to swing down on this dude. I have actually been. I am mistaken. We're going to readjust this because there are no. I remember the rule now. We don't need to roll to attack in this system. It's even easier. If you're attacking, you're just hitting stuff. So go ahead and roll your
slamming shit left
yeah,
and right.
oh, it's great.
It's just like electric passion.
Yeah, it's just like Electric Bastionland. So go ahead and roll a d6 for me for that bat.
Okay, roll for bat. Huh, that's a 1.
Okay,
Fine.
so he
That
stumbles.
actually makes it
He-
kind of half-heartedly goes for it like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you take a swing at the same time that he stumbles. You lose faith in the swing and just clip his shoulder, which is still not comfortable, and he's not having a good time. But
Just
he's
find your
still,
humanity.
yeah, he's still doing
That's
okay.
what she yells.
He's going to respond in kind with the hand that is not clutching his nose, and just kind of wildly haymaker towards you.
Like from a downed position?
I mean, he didn't hit the ground,
Oh, okay.
was
Yeah,
stumbling.
he stumbled up
Yeah.
back up against the crates. Okay, I see.
which is 2 points of damage to you, June.
That's all of my HP.
Nice. So
It's fine.
we're doing good.
Yay.
Okay.
This is Electric Passion Land Part 2.
Flea, what are you doing? Because at this
Yeah.
point, you are now very acutely aware that shit has gone down.
Yeah. I'm going to draw my ray gun. I am going to tell this kid, being an insult's never fucking cute, and I'm gonna walk out and leave him tied there, and then I'm just gonna shoot the first person I see. Not June, not a friendly,
Nope,
but the
but
first.
very
sounds not
clearly with
cute.
intent, you push this bathroom door open, ray gun in one hand. Go ahead. I don't remember the damage for the ray gun. Go ahead and roll damage for that. You should have
I don't
that.
remember it either. I think it's a D8. I pulled out
I
a
think
D8,
so
but let me
too.
double check it.
Let's see.
Double checking it real quick.
Yep, sword is ray gun is a D8. Yep.
D8. Okay.
What'd you roll?
4.
4. Okay.
4.
I feel really bad continuing to dismember stuff in front of you, Sir Heck, and then making your characters roll for psychic damage. But this person was not having a good time. You hear thunder basically behind you as a B-grade movie level worth of arcing energy kind of fires and arcs to the side of you as you hit him with the bat, and it hits his shoulder and knocks him as he turns. This thing just like scopes a clean hole straight through him, and the smell of burnt person is not good. Go ahead and make a mental save for me.
Oh boy. Okay, that's a 3, so we're good.
Okay. Your adrenaline's already kicked in. You are doing well. You're probably not doing great, but it's not gonna stop you. Flea, you still have some movement if you'd like to get to June by the end of your turn.
Yeah, I'm walking up, gun still pointed directly out at anyone I don't recognize.
Okay.
Just as in a point of attempting intimidation.
Fair enough. I don't think anybody's paying too much attention at the moment, but man with knife is going to unsheath knife and turn, because he hears the buddy behind him fucking choke as he just got sucker punched with a scabbard.
And then a loud boom.
Yep, and then a loud boom. And then a ray gun and a bat and some milk cartons. He's gonna turn and like take a swing at you with his knife, which is going to be 2 points of damage towards you.
Alrighty.
Is that me or Charles? Oh, that's Charles.
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody else is at range to basically the 3 of you except for Charles, because Charles barreled into the middle of the other 2.
Yeah.
So
is it my turn for combat? I don't know.
Well,
no,
we
it'd
have
be
man with gun.
Yeah, but he got staggered.
Yeah, I mean he got knocked back, so he is he is considered impaired at the moment, which means he's rolling the smallest dice for damage when he takes a shot.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to stagger back, and as he pulls out his revolver, he's firing in the direction that came from, which is going to be downwind. Person closest in that domino line of people down that hallway is going to be Jazz. Which, even at the smallest dice, that was 4 points of damage as you get clipped through the side, like just below your ribs, by a not well-placed shot.
I still have HP. I'm still good. I'm still going.
Oh, damn. All right. Very good. So maybe in so much as it didn't go through you, but you could feel the burn of it passing you as it clipped your shirt and burrowed itself in the back of the freezer. Now,
I like this shirt.
Yike.
Now we are on.
I'm just hoping it wasn't Hollow Point. Okay. I'm going to Okay, so I'm gonna say, you call that a knife? This is a knife, and I'm gonna ram him through with my sword and twist it.
Roll me some damage.
That's 4.
Very nice. And in the tag there, I don't know what it means, but it also says "cool" under a sword. So
I think that just describes on like swords being just cool.
Yeah, I mean they are. So
yeah,
you take the sword and you skewer the guy through. He moves a bit, so you don't get a clean fork poke. It's very similar to Jazz, where you get a good clean swipe through his side. And he looks at you and he's kind of like chokes on his words. He's like, "It's not a fucking knife. It's a sword. It's not the same." He kind of fucking braces himself against the aisle, one of the aisles that you are on right now battling blades.
Yeah. And if I can, I'm gonna use my movement to kind of grab his shoulder and use him as a human shield and move towards the dude with the gun.
Okay. Give me a
That'd be a physical check?
Yeah, that would be one of your body save.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. Is it physical?
Physical.
Is a 9
I run
out
a lot
15.
of systems. I don't
You
remember
do?
what they're all. It's
Yeah.
the same
Could
shit.
Yeah, but you can't
So many
remember
systems hard to keep track of. Yeah, I passed it.
Okay. All right. So as you stab him, you spin him around. Which I'm going to say while you have a hold of him, your sword swinging is impaired. So you're rolling with a d4.
Yeah.
But you can at least turn him so that he is between you and Gunman. I'm not going to give you much movement off of that. But Jazz, you would be next.
So,
This is also pretty freeform, so if anybody needs to interject anybody, feel free. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, seeing that Knife Man is preoccupied and unarmed is well,
He's dead.
he's down for the count.
Yeah.
And Bat is in fact missing. Biggest threat right now is Gunman. Let's see, I could rush up to him and beat him down with a chair. Or I could throw the chair at him and then rush at him.
This poor bastard. Yeah, go ahead and Jesus. So, I'm gonna say because of trying to throw a chair in a gas station, you're making movement towards him as you're tossing this chair. But go ahead and give me a d4 for damage.
All right. That's
Good.
another 3.
Okay, that's going to re-stagger him as he stumbles, now being hit in the chest with this chair. And because this is all pretty freeform, and he's holding a gun in his hand while he gets hit in the fucking chest with a chair, that gun is going to spin as he does. Trigger is being pulled on that. And let's see who gets the ricochet.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry, June.
Oh no.
That is 3 points of damage.
All right. Is that going off on my physical stat?
That all 3 of those
All right.
points would be straight to your physical.
All right, we're good, guys.
You will
I'm
have
not dead yet.
Actually,
We're
I
fine.
hate to bring this up, but when you take physical damage, like to your actual physical score, you need to make a physical save.
Oh yeah, I
Mhm.
just haven't gotten there yet. Go ahead and make me a critical save.
Oh boy.
So what
Oh,
happens
y'all.
if?
Oh my
so-
god, I took that off the wrong score. Oh my god.
Rip.
I took that off my social score. Okay, hold on. Oh, I have to roll lower.
Yeah.
You do.
No, then I have to roll even lower than I thought I had
Don't
to.
forget you have
I have-
some chat points, some chat cleric points.
Yeah, I do have a reroll if this goes horribly. Alright.
It's true.
Yeah, we're gonna re-roll that. It didn't help me.
All right, so at that point you are downed.
Alright, we're
You
down.
are dying and need to be repaired. You are not a bot. You need to be healed or, assisted in some way before you can do much other than crawl right now.
Need a medic bag.
I need healing.
I'm going to bend down to her and I'm going to shove that's part of my 2 strong painkillers in her mouth. And
Fun.
I'm gonna say, you sit right here and I will be right fucking back. And I'm just going to shoot at that idiot as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Which
Idiot.
one?
The one
There are
that
many.
the gun just...
The idiot that's on the
Oh,
other
okay.
side of you. Which, in order to hit him cleanly, I'm going to impair that. Because it is an auto hit, so I'm not going to make you shoot around him, but it will do less damage.
That's okay.
So rolling a d4 for a clipping shot for this old gunman.
2.
2?
Yep.
It's the second time you've heard this noise, and now you actually get visual on what it was, but this thing clips over the side of him, or like passes your shoulder, this bolt of energy, striking this guy in his shoulder, and you can hear, like... You ever had like an 8-year-old just take a handful of saltines and just crunch them? That's
Oh.
kind of the noise that the pulverization of his shoulder makes, is it just
Ooh.
shreds a good portion of his shoulder, leaving his arm kind of hanging. The gun hits the ground, and so does the man. He's gone. Which, at this point, leaves Charles's knife guy.
Body shield.
Yeah, the body shield, who will pipe up after seeing that and go, all right, fuck, Jesus, we weren't planning on this. Why, the hostility? We didn't do anything. We were trying to loot. People came in. We just wanted dibs. Fuck.
I'll go.
Give me the sword.
So is he facing me or is he?
No, I mean he would be
facing away?
talking at you, and you
Okay.
can kind of see just by the posturing of his head, but he's still looking. Right now he's looking at Jazz, and then kind of glancing over towards Flea, but you're still holding on to him.
I'm a take like a half step back, and I say dibs is dibs, and I'm gonna like swing like full force, going like from his right shoulder down to his hip area.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Well, so
Equivalent of like bullying a bunch of goblins.
yeah. See, I'm just making up rules as I go along at this point because this guy has left combat. He is essentially fled. He's not going to resist or move. So you managed to cleanly bisect this guy.
And I'm just going to go, what the hell, man?
Oop.
Charles will make that noise.
So I will see now that all of them are dead and go, we have one left in the bathroom. I told him he could survive if he wasn't an idiot.
He seems
But I
like a
mean,
nice kid.
that's up to
Mostly
you
good
guys. And
job
I'm
so far.
talking more to Charles and June because at this point, like, I don't even know if I've noticed Jazz. If he's still, or unless I'm like, you know, I'm just, because they're the ones I've been traveling
You know
with. So.
of Jazz because you just shot around him.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough.
I'll turn to him and I'll go, hey man, I mean, they had you tied up in a fucking freezer, so.
And I was only trying to knock them out, not kill them.
Well,
Question: am I still dying or am I okay?
You
So-
have painkillers in you, so
Yeah.
I mean, you're not in
Yeah.
pain, is what you
I'm
are.
not
but I
in
don't know if you're
pain.
dying.
I will no. So I mean, I will allow that as far as a. I mean, we're gonna do a couple things. Flea, give me a D6. 4. Okay. You probably have maybe one more dose of those left. Didn't realize your bottle was so low. June, I'll give that enough of a kind of a shock to your system as far as numbing that pain for you to stabilize yourself, since we're out of combat
Okay.
right now. I'll let that be effective, but I do need you to make a social save.
Okay. Okay, I made it. We're good.
Okay.
8 for 9.
Perfect. So go ahead and recover from your stats. You have 3 missing, but go ahead and roll a d6. You can recover that either to physical or social, but you're only missing 1.
I rolled another 1. I need to stop rolling this die.
So you can bring that back up to 1, but your HP, everybody's HP that was lost is back up to max right now, since we are out of combat.
And Charles, having so much adrenaline go through him, he's gonna walk towards, you know, like those like glass doors where they have like the freezer section
Where they put
and
the
stuff?
beer in? Yeah,
Yeah,
I know of those. No, of them.
He's gonna walk over to it and just punch it as hard as he can, because he's just got so much adrenaline,
Fair enough.
and just let out like a victorious scream.
Okay, fair enough. Give me a physical save. Let's see if you break your hand.
So,
That's a beats it moment.
Oh.
Very nice. You
so,
do
so,
not.
Jazz is just face palming as he's watching this. It's like, I thought I was done dealing with frat boys.
I like playing dumb characters now.
All right. So, y'all are good. What's happening to the kid in the back? You just walking out, or
Yep.
what's the plan here?
I will turn to June and Charles and I'll say, yeah, dude, I don't know your name,
Who are you?
but I mean, they were holding you hostage, so if you want me to do something about it, I will. But if not, we'll just fucking cut him loose, and he can just deal with his friends' dead bodies.
Just let him go. I'm fine.
All right. And I'll walk in and untie him and pull the rag out of his mouth and put the rope back in our supplies.
Okay.
And
I'll give you the one back.
Yeah, and I'll say, yeah, so you're gonna be a little shocked at what you see out here. This is what you get when, you're a shitty incel. And then I'll just push him out of the door of the bathroom so that he sees what his terrible friends are.
What has become of his comrades?
Yeah, you won't get him out of the door by that point. As shitty incel is, as shitty incel does, and as you call him that, he will, as soon as he is unrestrained, just take a swing straight for the jaw. It's a point of damage to you. It is just you two in the bathroom, but yeah, you just got clocked.
I'll clock him right back.
Fair enough. Roll a d4. Damn. So he grazes your jaw, and you just fucking uppercut the kid. You swear you can hear some teeth like chip as he hits the ground, like back to the ground, and looks up at you.
And as he looks up, I'm going to put the ray gun under his chin, and I'm going to say, "You dumb son of a bitch! I was going to let you live." And then I'm going to see how he reacts and go from there.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Is he taking lives, not names? What the fuck? But Devin Shet bite his ear off.
Oh, his false confidence has done him dirty. So he is going to hear that, and in one final opportunity to escape as he's scrambling back on his back, hands kind of outstretched, he manages to find a loose pipe, and he manages to pop it in the same motion while you've got the gun under his chin and swing across at you with it, which is 2 points of damage.
I'm still doing okay.
Still kicking? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going
Not
to...
great, but I'm still kicking.
As long as you still have HP, you're still more or less fine. These are all...
Yeah.
So until your HP is gone, narratively, these function more like grazing blows.
Okay.
So you're kind of dodging these things and, moving or, deflecting what you can up until the point that you run out of HP, and then wounds start to become actually damaging.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm shooting him.
Yep.
That's why it hits your
fair. Roll some damage.
It hits your stats.
Oh, it's a D8, right? Or
Yep.
is it?
It's a D8
Okay.
now. You got a clean shot.
7.
Okay, there's not a whole lot that needs to be said about this one. It's point blank, and all three of you know the sound of this gun at this point. The bathroom didn't go super well, and
Had to be gone.
And at range, Flea walks back out of that space, just a little ashy.
So Jazz is just looking at Flea deadpan. Is like, I'm not even going to ask what happened. I'm just going to just turn around and continue looking for my stuff.
Thank you.
You can
And
find your
I'm
stuff,
going.
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
That's what we call poetic justice.
attempt to bring myself down, because Flea at this point is probably pretty used to some of this aggressive stuff, but she's probably not ever shot someone in the head, so.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and make a mental save for her then.
Yeah. Oh no, I failed that one.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. That will be, as you come down, you probably come down in this space, so you're seeing carnage of objectively 3 people you killed, of the 4. You will take 4 points of damage from that. Any remainder is going against mental. Now, this will not drop you into a critical save moment, but that will continue to eat away.
Okay. Alright. Yep.
do I see that like she's shaken up by it and like?
Yeah, that would be a visible sign of
Okay.
shaken.
Yeah, I think June at that point would walk up to her and just say, "Hey, I think you did a really good job killing him in the bathroom because he ain't shit." And she's gonna just like hand a Fago over to her, one of the psychoactive
Oh no.
drinks to like maybe help her out. a
Fair
little
enough.
bit.
Yes. I'm going to chug it as if it were alcohol.
Very nice. All right, give me a social save.
Oh.
Okay, that one I'm 12 out of 14, so I did okay on that one.
All right.
My
Fair
social's
enough.
like pretty good. Everything else not so great.
Okay, so does it specify what those heal, or does it just say they're psychoactive?
It just says they're psychoactive.
it just says
I don't
psychoactive.
actually know.
So a
cool.
success on heavy drugs in this game, because there are mechanics for that.
Mm.
Love it. Is you can recover d6 worth of you can roll a d6 to recover either lost physical stat or social stat.
But not both, just one or the other.
Just one or the other. You roll one dice. You pick one or the other.
Okay, I'll do HP.
So your HP is going to come back anyway. I think
Oh,
the only,
okay.
if you're not missing anything off of your max
Physical.
or social, it
Okay.
really doesn't benefit you more than
Nope.
narratively you are feeling great.
Alright.
Okay.
We're
Then I'll
gonna
go
make
with
this
mental.
more feral.
Oh god.
You
Can
got
I
the
ask
feral
what
children.
DM, GM, I'm used to saying DM, sorry about that.
Nah, go for it. What up?
Can I ask what type of psychoactive? Like, am I hallucinating now? Am I just feeling good? Like, what kind of experience am I having with
Yeah,
this?
let's this is like the mind drunk of popping a Xanax without the down.
Alright. I'm gonna
know what
write that I
Xanax
drink a
does.
Xanax.
Drink a Zanny.
Alright.
Matt, did Charles like break the glass on the door that he punched?
No. They're not
No.
real glass. These are very plexiglass-ish. You hear the
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
as you impact with your fist, but it just kind of reverberates for a sec.
Okay, because I do know like that type of plastic can crack and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to take the gun and see how many bullets are left in it, and kind of just salvage what weapons and they had on them. Like if they had like spare ammo, I'm definitely taking the dude's knife.
Okay.
Because dibs is dibs.
Dibs is dibs.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be doing that.
Okay. So, with that then, Jazz, you found your gear. What are you up to? You don't know any of these people, and they are
Yeah, I'm just.
They are certified crazy.
they're a lot.
Yeah. Jazz is just like standing by the door, axe in hand, all of his gears in his pockets and whatnot. Probably grabs some of the leftover food and maybe one of the russecks from the other raiders, and is like contemplating: do I travel with these psychopaths, or do I just turn around and go in the complete opposite direction?
Fair enough.
So I
So
think
as
out of
I-
the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Charles will kind of notice your like hesitation and stuff, and be like, it is always better to travel in a group. So we may be a bit much, which is fair, but traveling in numbers can help a great deal. And we'll go back to sorting through the loot, the spoils of the victory.
Right. So, Just out of curiosity, where are you guys headed?
We're coming up to Seattle.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just pipe in and be like, listen, man, that was not how I wanted any of that to go. I promise. I really was just trying to get a weapon.
Oh,
That's
you
how
didn't
that
want-
started.
Yep.
I just wanted her to get a
Wanted
weapon.
a bat.
She doesn't have a weapon. I thought, I'll
Oh, no?
just get her that fucking bat from that dummy. And he had to
Then
go and make
everybody
things
died.
hard.
Alright,
So,
okay, alright. Do you
promise.
guys at least have a car?
yeah, about
God.
that.
About that. Nope.
There's one outside, but
There's
it looks
one-
like it might not
we do
run
have
if
a
somebody can tinker with
battery.
it.
We don't have any gas though now.
No, we
but
do.
We
you
are
have
at
gas,
gas
you don't have a
station.
battery.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, it was the other way around.
Yep.
Oop.
Alright, fine. Well, just so we clear, if you guys start eating bodies or something, I'm leaving.
But yeah, I mean, same.
I
If you start
don't
eating
think
bodies,
I'm
we'll
gonna
leave
do
too.
that.
Hey, Charles, make a mental save.
No.
Alrighty. Oh God,
What?
I have a mental of 7.
Oh, buddy.
That's a 20.
Oh no.
Very nice. As much as I just allowed you to have critical successes, that also breeds the existence of critical
Oh, no.
failures.
Uh-oh.
What
So,
will I do now?
What's happening to me? Am I
So the
getting some spicy thoughts?
some-
Talking like PTSD.
I like that you specified. That was good.
Yeah. What is it, Mads? What's happening to me,
This
Mads?
is a
going on?
terrifying GM smile.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried.
all right,
What to say?
Yeah.
all right. So
Because I
I'm gonna
mean,
have
Charles is not above eating bodies.
no. So what is
gonna
happening is,
say.
as you are explaining this, or as you're like talking to him and things, you're also coming down from your adrenaline high. And
Mhm.
one of your troubles that you had addressed in your character is you were very much having to deal with drug addictions and things. What I just made you roll for, is the beginning of a withdrawal.
Oof.
As well as it is also your kind of mental lapse to leave, and I rolled and I apologize. Just forget in the pile of things that you were stacking as you get distracted when you all end up leaving, your sword and the gun end up behind.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
So
But
you're
we
gonna
got
need
it
to find
back.
drugs soon, or you're gonna have a bad time. But also, you forgot 2 of your weapons at the gas station.
So we had already.
No, you haven't left yet. This
Okay.
this
That's
will
what's
be a
gonna
result
happen.
of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just the critical
okay.
part of the failure.
Yeah, that's the critical
Yep.
part
Yeah.
of the fail.
Okay, because I was planning on handing the gun to June.
Oops.
Oops. It's fine, I have a bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably got misplaced.
I am June, I
Yeah.
have bat.
Okay, so,
Fuck. So I only have the knife now.
Yep.
Fuck.
It's a nice knife, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
but sword.
yeah.
You lost your cool sword.
You spent a really
Lost
long
my cool
time.
sword, man.
Yeah, I know. So you spent a really long time trying to find the sword, or trying to find the scabbard, and you found the scabbard, but you put the sword down somewhere. And when you put the scabbard back on your back, you just didn't think about it.
Okay.
So I'll
So,
give you the scabbard back.
I didn't think about the sword.
Yeah.
Only the
You have
only
a
the
knife and a
scabbard. So I have the
scabbard.
sword scabbard, and no sword.
Correct.
I mean, that's a good club.
Yeah, effective distance. Okay.
Yeah, so
Um,
do we want to try to get the car that's here working, or do we want to head out on foot? The last time we did that, we ran into some murder hornets.
I mean, when
You have a ray gun. Why would that have been a problem?
Also, we should check out just
Wow.
general supplies here too, maybe. Just in the building. We haven't really
No,
looked.
make move. So he's trying to explain like a ray gun won't help you get to places.
No, Charles. I think he means to kill the murder hornets. And I'm gonna turn to June and say, were you saying something? I'm sorry. I'm flustered still.
Hey, it's okay. This was a lot. I hardly held it together. It's okay. We're just gonna calm down, take a couple breaths. I think we should start with right here, what's around us immediately. We have a lot of possible rations and stuff around us, but then, yeah, I think we should check out the car at some point.
She's gonna turn to Jazz and say, please tell me you know what you're doing with mechanics.
Yeah, I could take a shot at it.
Likely you're better than us, so...
Better than nothing.
It's just removing a battery. How hard could it be?
Charles is gonna look through the supplies that that the previous people had gathered, and look around for kind of any drug to hopefully kind of wane him off of the withdrawals.
Sounds good. You will find nothing in the space that will do what you are looking for.
While that's going on, can I step out and take a look at this car that they're speaking of and see what can be done with it?
Yeah. So we're gonna play a game with this car. The game is called Out of Your. Oh, actually, let's do this first. So, Jazz, you mentioned picking up supplies. Go ahead and roll a d8 for me.
Do I have a D8 already sitting out, or do I need to reach over and grab my bag? No, I need to reach over and grab my bag. Here we go. Out of 4.
Okay. June, would you, or not June, Flea, would you add 4 to your supplies stat? Supplies is arbitrary. It can mean a number of different things, and if Jazz is going to attempt to repair this car, the game is called How Many Units of Supplies Would You Like to Wager Towards Points to add to the roll that he has to roll. So we're going to start with 5. No, we're going to start with 3. We're going to start with 3 as your base. For every point of supplies, that stat goes up, so your roll under chance gets better.
All right. So to clarify,
if you fail, you lose the supplies.
Okay. So, but to clarify, what am I rolling? Physical, mental, or physical or mental?
You're rolling a new stat that these guys are determining based on the supplies that they are wagering against you rebuilding this car.
Oh.
So wait. So the more supplies we put in makes it easier.
Did you
for
catch
them?
it, Flea?
The
It
stat.
sounds like it looks like you got it.
Exactly.
So we
the
have
higher
14.
the stat, so
We have-
easier to roll under.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we have 14 in supplies right now. So we could
Yeah.
sacrifice
And
X
there are
amount
so
of number.
more supplies inside.
Oh, anything
'cause-
usable
'cause
was
he'll-
the roll that was provided from Jazz
for
just
the
then.
14.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
the
Okay.
D8,
Okay.
Yep, was
I
for
see.
salvaging.
Yeah, so
How much
so
you
I
think?
would subtract whatever number. So if we're going to give him 5 supplies to help him, he'd have to roll under 9. Am I understanding correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So that's how it would work. If we give him 6, he's under 10.
Okay.
So team,
Thinking.
So
Ooh.
3 we have to put up no matter what. That is the
No,
bare minimum.
3 is the minimum is the difficulty right now. If you don't want to put up
Yes.
anything and you want to be entirely just based on luck, you can try to roll under 3.
Try.
What is the state of the car? Is like the tires having tire rot? Like how rusty is the engine bay? I'm just wondering how much materials we should put in.
Well, so this is more or less an arbitration of a stat, because if you roll under, in a roll under system, it's either a success or a failure. What you're doing is improving his chances of that success. The actual state of the car right now does not matter, because he could roll.
Okay.
He could roll under that 3 and get a success, and that's a success.
And get it working with a junkyard car.
Right. Yeah, he could
Correct.
realize that it wasn't as broken down as he needed it to be, but
Mhm.
that's up to you guys.
Okay. Let's see. Chuck, how lucky are you feeling with your rolls?
Well, if I stick with the die I've been using so far, not great, because this has barely rolled anything lower than a 10. Like,
Okay.
at all,
Okay.
ever.
Yeah,
Cool,
Do you
cool,
have
cool.
a dice jail die by any chance?
Hang on. It's somewhere in my bag.
So I would
But
say
just
we.
numbers wise, we could do like I would be okay with like 5.
I would
Yeah,
say
put it in
5 or
5.
6, make it an even 10 or under.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then we can't eat for a day. Possibly.
Possibly.
We have 14 supplies and would be using 5, with 8 possible to be used on the car. So at max, well, we'd have 9 left, and stuff. So
If you're trying to shoot for a
And there's more
flat
food
10,
inside.
50-50 chance, we would need to cough up 7.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
If the
7,
base is 3,
8,
yeah.
9, 10.
Yep.
Mhm.
Which
Oh,
would mean
yeah.
we would, worst case, we would have 7 left over.
You want to go there? We'll just half it.
I'm down if you guys are.
30 seconds on the
Listen.
clock.
Yeah, let's go.
Fuck it.
Let's half it and
Okay.
hope.
I really hate to ask this, but I do have an AI shard. If I was to get that to help in this, what would that do to the check?
Let me see. Is that in like the major items list?
Yes.
Okay. Let me find it.
What exactly
That's
it
exactly
does,
what it says.
I have no clue.
Alien AI shard.
But it does say that alien tech breaks any rule.
Alien tech does
Ooh.
break any rule. Alien interacting with alien tech rules above also requires a mental save. So you can
Yeah,
make
never
that
mind.
choice.
Okay, we're just
Okay.
going
No,
to.
that's fair. I'm like, you can make the choice. That's up to you.
So we're just going to put up the 7 and see what happens.
Okay. 10 or under.
And that's a 4.
Very nice.
All right, so we have 7 rations left
But you also
Hang
have
on.
a car.
and a car.
We
Yeah.
also have a car. Again.
Yeah. Thank God.
Very
we
nice.
have
So-
car.
I'm.
Oh, wasn't so bad, was it?
gonna
You know,
start-
just mild anxiety.
I'm gonna hear the car running and be like, nice. So I'm gonna start moving some stuff from inside, like the supplies that they still had, like because they had like 2 or 3 rut stacks, and
I mean-
Jazz took one of them,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna place them in the back of the car, and he'll kind of hit his head a bit more, because he feels like he's forgetting something, and it'll be he'll go up to Flea and be like, "Can you sweep, look for things in there? Mine slipping away."
Yeah, go have a seat, bud. And I'll walk back in and just take a glance throughout. Maybe grab like a ding dong or a fucking Twinkie or something.
There's always Twinkies in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Always.
Always.
Are there any
What about
twisted
snowballs?
teas?
Or a
I
snowball.
hate snowballs.
No, you can't. You don't find a twisted tea this low level in the game. I'm sorry.
Alright.
That's a legendary
enough.
item.
Yeah, those
Fair
are,
enough.
those are
Legendary.
up
Fair
there.
enough. Did
Yeah.
you notice that like Charles
That
was
there's
having
a
like withdrawal
He-
symptoms at all, or
Give me a social save. Let's see.
alright.
Or if you're just
Oh,
perceiving.
natural 1.
All right.
Nice.
So I'm gonna say, yeah, you would be pretty conscious, having traveled with him for a couple of days. You would be pretty conscious of that.
All right. If there's any like, I don't know, Gatorade or something like that, I should probably grab one for him too.
With a natural one, being a critical success, you would know, also being the person who carries psychoactive soft drinks, that if he's going through withdrawals, you have shit on you to handle that.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, sure. More Fago.
More Fago.
More Fago.
Now, if we can
How
get a
is the
4
bartender
loco,
the
I can
sober one of
respec
this
all of
group?
my points into physical.
Perfect.
Sorry, what was that? What was that shock point?
How is the bartender the sober one of this group?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, they say don't try your own stock, so I have a feeling they took that to heart. So are you handing me a Fago?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm handing you a Fago.
Alright.
It's watermelon flavored.
Cool.
So you can go ahead and readjust your withdrawals to no longer be withdrawals.
Alrighty. I'm going to, when I feel my mind coming back to me, I'm gonna, like, stand outside the car for a little bit, and just, like, when it comes back, I'm gonna pat myself down to see if I have all the things that I want to have. Do I realize that my sword is missing? Because the scabbard would be empty.
Yes, but I'm going to be... I mean, the scabbard is empty, correct. But the purpose of me providing you that scabbard was when you go to check for the presence of your sword, you're not reaching up over here, you're reaching down here because it's the easiest way to check your pockets, and then you move back and you
Oh,
grab
am I
the
holding
scabbard.
it like anime style?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Swords are
Oh,
cool.
I was thinking like actual,
No,
like
swords are
like
cool.
long sword thing. Well,
Swords
the
are
scabbard
cool.
would end like at my
That's gotta be
shoulder
at
if
least
I'm
the
correct.
10th time that's been said to me.
No, but what you do is you put kind of absent-mindedly, because you're still coming down from stuff, you're checking everything, and you put your hand on your scabbard, and that is enough reassurance to be like, okay, my blade's at my side, all right, and then you just keep going. It's not
Okay.
that you wouldn't have, but you...
Yeah. I don't think I would. I wouldn't have any way to false positive of the revolver. However.
No, but the revolver also wasn't yours, so from your perspective and looking for all the stuff that should be on you, that's real easy to slip. That's a brand new item.
Yeah. Could I do a mental save for that? Of all the things that I would, because I would be thinking about wanting it before I would have come down, had the withdrawal stuffs.
For the sake of not having too many people re-roll for the same thing to just eventually correct it based on statistics,
Yeah.
you already sent Flea in to go look for stuff. If anybody's going to
Okay.
find the revolver right now, it's going to be her.
Would you like
Okay.
me to try?
You may try, since you know you're
Okay.
looking for something.
And that you said mental?
Yeah, we'll make it a mental.
Alright. That was 12.
12?
Oh yeah.
Alright.
That was a success.
I will return to you all the revolver. June as well. Give me a d6.
Okay. 3.
3. Okay. You have only got 1 fuego left.
Alright.
So
Oh,
I'll
that's
walk out
Writing
with the
that down.
revolver
1 Fago.
and I'll kind of just like knock it into Charles' chest and be like, dude, you almost forgot this, man. And then I'll get in the car. And I'm probably eating a Twinkie and trying to not die mentally.
So yeah, Jazz is getting in the driver's seat because he doesn't really trust any of you to actually know how to drive.
I mean, hell, you fixed it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Your
legit.
call.
Alright.
Yeah, I got in the back seat. I'm good.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to nap.
Charles is sitting in the middle with his feet on the hump. Everybody else is.
What kind of car is it?
Oh, we're talking like. This is like a 19. Let's do a 1998 Dodge Neon. Four-door,
God.
All right.
peeling
All
purple
right.
paint, like deep purple.
I mean, if it works, it works, I guess.
I'll say then. If it's that, then I'll say. So who wants fucking shotgun?
Me.
All right, and I'm gonna get in the back seat.
Yeah. We can fit 4 on a 4-door.
Yeah, you can
Four
put
for
four in
four?
4-door. All right.
4 for 4.
So, it is only 30 minutes to Seattle based on mileage and a working car. The days that you spent, or would have spent, trying to trek there, blow by in an instant of the same afternoon. It's not even 3:30.
I have to ask, what's in the do we have a CD player or a tape deck in here?
Oh,
I was
well,
like, is there
Very
a radio?
important.
yeah, no, it's a good question, and since I just described in exact detail my first car, that would make it a tape deck.
Was there a tape in it, and if so, what tape?
There is a tape deck
Sure.
in it, or there is a tape in it, in the tape deck. The tape... It's a mixtape, and it only has 4 songs on it. Those songs are as follows. Rock Lobster, 25 or 6 to 4. Ooh, let's see. Play That Funky Music, White Boy,
I love this so
and
much.
Cat Scratch
Oh.
Fever.
Beautiful.
So yeah, the instant it hits play that funky music, white boy, Jazz is popping the tape out and throwing it out the window.
You had music for 3 of the 4 songs, and then he gets to the 4th one. It's like this whole thing's shit, and he takes it out, just whoop, and just yeets it out the car.
God.
You had music. It was a good time for a moment.
I
There was a
get it. I
brief
miss
reprieve.
Antarctic monkeys too.
Man. Flea's gonna like wake up halfway, like head on the side, like with her eyes closed, and as the music stops, she's gonna like open her eyes and she's gonna like, seriously?
Yeah,
This shithole
seriously.
year, and that you're gonna really get specific about the music?
Yes.
Alright. Cool. And I'm just gonna like lean my head back and close my eyes again.
Charles is gonna look out the window and watch as attentively as he can, with how little mental state he has, looking for animals, like that could be hunted and used for food.
Okay, fair enough.
Got a little nervous. at
I
what
don't
you
know
were
if I'm gonna
saying.
see anything or not, but yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Shock
Start
point.
killing animals.
You're driving. What's going through your mind? What has the year been like for Jazz?
Long stretches of dull, mind-numbing boredness, punctuated by sudden bouts of extreme violence and action. And these idiots have just made it even worse.
Yeah, we have.
Alright. Give me a D6.
4.
4? Okay. Keep moving along. Said you're probably 10 minutes out from Seattle. You can actually see the break of the shoreline on your left. Off in the distance. It's still daylight. I lied a little bit. It's probably closer to like 5, but because you were walking the first good chunk of this, but now you're driving, and you can see the ocean off to the side. The clouds are mostly gone. And as you wind around the kind of pier portion of this road, or the cliff-facing portion of this road that turns, you begin to descend. The road dips down a little bit of a hill, and you can see at the base of this hill, just adjacent to, it breaks through the road actually a little bit, and you can see this, but a crater, and a large crater. Because more interesting than the crater is the shanty town that was built within it. Like the impact, like the comic impact of like a hydrogen bomb, and then somebody somebody built a hobo village in the middle of it. Like this is, and you can tell from a distance because there's no height to it. It's all, but there's people, and there's a good number of people, and there's stuff going on. You're about less than a mile out from it, and you're faced with an option. You would have to take this recently repaired car off the road in order to get around this, or you're trekking it by foot the last couple miles, or you're rounding around it, but you're stopping to see what's going on. Yeah, like you have a lot of options, but there's this fucking shanty town in the middle of the road from where something had happened.
All right, wake up, eyes front. We got a decision to make.
Yep.
All right. Dead ahead, shantytown, crater, roads, all kinds of screwed. We could either drive around in this death trap, hoof it, or cut through.
Can we cut through in the car?
I mean, you
Don't
can certainly
think
try.
whoever. It's possible. I'll grant you that.
How wide are the roads looking in this little shanty town?
Would we be plowing people down? Just fucking.
Yeah, that's probably a more descriptive version of that. Like, you could go, because this is busted the hell out of the road, but it's the edge of the town. The town itself doesn't really have roads. Like, a shanty town is a collection of hovels with, walking alleys between them. And you're probably 2.5 dozen of these little shanty huts and things in the center of this crater. You could, in theory, go over the lip of the crater and try to rough it through there on the car as well. That's also an option. Whatever you guys would choose.
I'm gonna take. So Charles is gonna be like, okay. What's the suspension like? So he doesn't know like the full status of the car, so he's going to take off. He's gonna take off his scabbard, and then be like, "You got it in park, yeah?" And he's going to get out and just look underneath. He's gonna kind of shimmy himself under the car to look at the suspension.
Wait, so hold tight real quick then. Are you asking Jazz to stop then?
Oh, I
Because
thought we
it
had
has been
already stopped.
established.
Yeah, this is a decision that you guys are making as you are driving.
On the
there.
road.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
can see it because you're going down the hill of this road. You can see at the bottom of this hill is where this crater had happened. So
Okay.
you have ample time to make that decision as you're getting closer to it.
Okay.
But if you're
James.
asking about suspension, assume that it's being held together by chewing gum and prayers.
That's what I was afraid of. So, off-roading. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if it's already 3 sheets to the shithole, we might as well just run it till it's done, right?
Yeah. My
And
concern is that if we were to go off-road, something will get stuck in there and completely jack it up and jack up the suspension and the wheels and all that. Cause I don't think we got anything to fix that here. Cause fuck compressing a spring.
Yeah,
None
that's
of y'all
why
know
it's
what that means.
still Yeah, I didn't. Okay, whatever. But you said it was getting late in the day as well.
Yeah, it's like 5.
All right. So another thing to add in is with how precarious the repairs of this thing were. Stopping for the night might not be out of the question.
So are we? And Flea's like asking the car. Like, are we trying to save the car's life? Like, are we trying to continue to have it for a while?
I couldn't care less if this car makes it the whole way or not. I'm just saying, if the car doesn't make it the whole way, we're not hiking the rest of the way on foot in the middle of the night. That is a
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
dumb idea.
So I say we go around and push this bad boy, and she'll give a slap on the door as much as we can get out of her, and then maybe just batten down the hatches and use it as a place to sleep for the night if it's not on fire.
That's for me.
All right, fair enough. Before I take this thing off road, is that a ray gun? Do you have the safety on? Doesn't it even have a safety?
I don't know. And I'll like take it out and like do one of these,
They do not have a safety.
and I'll just put it back.
It has the color variety of something you'd see on the Sci-Fi Channel that was reskinned from a Super Soaker. They do not have a safety.
It's fine.
Please tell me you at least have trigger discipline.
Oh yeah. I mean, unless you're like.
You
an
mean
idiot.
like this? It shoots a hole through the roof.
No. Listen, she really didn't want to kill that guy.
Yeah.
He forced her hand.
He really did.
I was just trying to get a bat.
Okay, but yeah, so we're gonna off-road this.
All right, going around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Jazz, you're still the man in charge. You're driving.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna make this 2 separate rolls. They're gonna work in conjunction with each other based on their success, because one of them has a partial success capacity to it. The first, go ahead and roll me a mental save, and then roll me a d6.
So Flea got an advantage on next roll, and I got a +2.
Nice. Well, when you guys have to roll
-2.
something, you will be able to.
And
Well, this is gonna be great. I failed with the
June got
mental save, and I got a 3 on the d6.
Okay.
June got a -2.
Okay. -2s I'll let you. The minuses I'll let you juggle around if you need to, but the advantages and things you're stuck with. All right, so you begin driving around the edge of this crater, and as you do, you quickly start to feel, kind of the car start to shake as it's hitting things, and there is very clearly no suspension. Like, it's just kind of rocking back and forth against whatever it is impacting.
Oh, the shocks. The shocks are most definitely shot, so it's probably just constantly swaying.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you press on. Jazz, you didn't want to be in this situation to begin with. This whole thing was in your head serendipity to be able to get to, Seattle faster, but you could have done it without him, and now you're trying to cart 3 more people to Seattle with you in a car that they prompted you to repair, and the whole thing is like, you didn't need to, and there's a lot of stress that you were not anticipating. I'll ask you a question. Allow one of 2 things to happen. The car can stay intact, and you can personally take the mental stress of carting your friends or your people around you. Yeah, that was...
Sudden friends.
That's not the right word. The folks in the car with you. You can bear that stress on your own, or You can divide that up a little bit, save yourself some trauma, but the car will not be making it out of this well.
Yeah, I'm going to take out some of my frustrations on the car.
Okay. So, give me a D4 damage to you. Actually, I roll those. What are you doing? Don't touch that. I'll do that. That is 3 points against your HP. If that does not drop you to 0, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay. And as you're focused on getting forward, but you are allowing yourself to be angry at the situation, the place that you are put in, which makes you less careful about what you are doing, and you take an impact towards the end of returning to the road that actually, it's almost like going over the divider in the center of the road, and you just sandbar the car with enough impact that it actually teeters against the axle with some enough damage there to render the car unusable were you to even try to push it off of it. But yeah, you have just sandbagged the car right at the very end, trying to get back up on the road.
Well, boy and girls, congratulations. This car is now dead.
Yeah, we kind of
So,
expected that, right?
I kind of blanked out during the last bit of that. So it's kind of just like teetering on an edge.
Yeah,
and
so
stuff?
you've sandbarred it in a place where it will get no traction from the wheels that matter, and it
Okay.
hit with
It
enough
landed the
impact that
ship
the
again.
axle was bent in a little bit in the process.
Oh, like the drivetrain's kind of bent.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Shit.
I mean, we can say, if I'm hearing correctly, we can safely get out. There's no issues. It's just...
Yeah, it's not going to hurt you guys to leave,
Mhm.
but you lose the car.
So sitting in the backseat, I'll say to Jazz, like, listen, man, we didn't really expect to make it out anyways, right? So,
Front wheel drive. Okay.
Make it as far as we
I'm
can.
gonna see if I can push. Okay, so the Dodge Neon's front wheel drive, correct?
Yep. Dodge Neons are front.
Okay. So Charles is gonna see if he can like, is it more front or back heavy? Like, which side is the weight on? Like, as it's like kind of prompted up.
I mean, if everybody's out of the car, it's going to be back heavy.
Okay. I'm gonna. So I'll say, Jez. That is your name, right?
Close enough, yeah.
I'm gonna need you to stay in the cabin here. Try to get yourself up as most up front as you can. Kind of get a little bit of gas on it just to keep the wheels rolling. And you two, I'm gonna need you to get on the hood. I'll be on the back trying to bump the bumper up so that we can actually maybe get some traction and get this thing maybe moving again.
And axle.
From is it the well, because it would be the actual drive shaft,
I'll let it.
and those
I'll let you
yeah.
attempt it.
Yeah. So our speed that we would be able to go, it would be limited. So we would not. What time is it? Like is it like nearing sundown?
Yeah, I mean it's getting closer, but not really. You've probably got at least another hour.
Alrighty.
And even if we can get 10 miles an hour out of the thing, that's still enough to probably get to city limits.
Yes. Yeah. That is my plan. And so I'm going to head out to the back of and on the bumper and kind of just position my shoulder kind of underneath the bumper and kind of let's see, it's the Dodge Neon, so it's gonna have a plastic bumper. Yeah. I'm gonna rip off the plastic bumper and grab onto the metal strut that is technically the bumper.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Give me a physical save.
That is an 11.
Okay. So, it takes you probably a moment to really be able to do what you're looking to do. It's frustrating for a good sec until you finally manage to tip it over the fulcrum of what is hindering you. And Jazz, doing as directed, I presume?
Yep.
Provides it just enough traction to assist you with getting it over the rest of the edge. You are all back on the road. You are also not all that far off with traveling, and this will be a slow process, but you could do it.
Not as slow as going 8 miles a day, though.
This is
Yeah.
true.
It's faster than walking. And Charles will kind of be a bit exhausted from recent duties and stuff, and kind of talk to Jazz to try and keep himself awake, and be like, are you ex-military? You kind of got that look about you.
I helped out on a few small things here and there during the war. Kind of a civilian volunteer would probably be the better way of explaining it.
Are you on the front lines, intelligence medic? What was the main thing you went for?
Smash and grab jobs, really. So,
Raiding parties.
yeah.
Understandable. I think I went on a few of those as well. My role was to try. So you know those packets that they give you, and it's like, if you're in like heavy trouble, take this, and it's like filled with like all that white stuff. My job.
The government cocaine they were trying to give out.
Yes. My job was to test that and make it even more effective. And they had also tried like some injections, but the field use was kind of hard with those. But yeah, details.
As he's saying this, Flea is going to be looking at June, very concerned.
She's like trying to hide it with her book a little bit, but like her eyes.
No, Flea's not hiding it at all.
At Flea, like
her jaw is probably dropped, and she's probably like, just
looking, just looking at Flea too, like
probably trying to make eye contact with Jazz in the rearview mirror.
I'm fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, that was mainly my mission. So it was interesting. Yeah.
Can't imagine that was an easy job.
It had its downsides. Gonna scratching at his neck a little. Yeah, and he's just gonna try to make small talk while we're heading our way down. And I don't know if you wanted to share anything else, Jazz, or.
So, what's your plans for when we get to Seattle?
Now that's a question.
Yes.
I heard in Seattle, I'll like pipe up, and I'll just say it. I heard in Seattle that it's a lot easier to survive there. That they've like formed some sort of I don't even know what's happening there, but something is supposed to just make it a little bit easier for everybody. And I, for one, would really like a break from
get behind
all of
that.
this.
Not bad. If nothing else, I'm going to try and see if I can get my bar back up and running.
Oh,
Oh, sweet.
nice.
Do you want a bartender? I'm not good at it, but I'll try.
I mean, all things considered, I would take whatever help I can get. I'm going to have to ask that you leave the ray gun at home, though.
Okay,
kind of fair.
sure.
That's fair.
You have a bat.
And I'll
I
just
got a sword.
Do they though?
It's pretty cool.
What?
Oh.
Charles is gonna like wide-eyed and like reach for the handle that is
Oh,
not
there-
there.
No need to do that.
Yep. You had to make him pop off while you were in the car. Go ahead and make me a mental save, Charles.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Mental
What
save?
have we done?
Mental save for
We
what?
made our own monster.
For you realizing that sword's not there.
Oh,
Well, I didn't want him to do it in the middle of combat.
And that's
God
also
bless.
fair.
that is a 7. I did use my -2.
So, there is a brief moment, and you can feel it in, like, every part of your body. Like, your physiology responds to certain kinds of stress at this point in a certain way. You've had enough triggering responses to things that your first reaction is to just lose your shit. But for the first
Yeah.
time in a while, 2 things have happened. One, you gotta sit next to somebody who, from all intents and purposes, probably had a vastly different experience to the war.
Mm.
But for whatever perspective that is, there's some kind of kinship to that. And there's some kind of comfortability that you're finding in your space that you haven't had before. As well, you reach for a sword in a car. Safe. A couple minutes, or, 30 minutes at the speed that you are moving out from your destination. And there's a part of you that says, why do I need it? And you get to relax into calm for just a sec. And it does not affect you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just lean my head back and go, fuck.
That's also
When
still
he-
appropriate.
Yeah. Sword was
When
so
he
cool.
does that, I'll just kind of like tap him
Yep.
like over the seat, like on the shoulder, and be like, "It's okay, dude. We'll be all right.
Did you-
We'll get you another one, maybe, or something."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Odds are there's somebody in Seattle that knows how to forge a sword.
Somebody's got a sword.
Hopefully.
At this point, maybe.
Fee, and you didn't see it at all when you searched around?
Nope, found a gun though.
Alrighty. Well, all was done that could be done. And Obi-Wan is gonna kill me. I'm sorry, chat.
It's true. That's good.
I
Purple
love
That's
that.
very good.
That's such
Purple
a good
Phil
one.
coming in.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That's
Oh,
very good. So, GM, would I have any intel, since I was in intel, about like safe houses in Seattle or places that are not as dangerous? I was trying to think of the way to say that.
You were in intel, and you know a couple of things. The first is that you're lying through your teeth. You know that Seattle was pretty much leveled. But you are hoping, based on the rumors that you have heard, some of which from sources that you did trust in times past, that either somebody was wrong, or they didn't take all of it out, or perhaps somebody tried to rebuild. You don't know what you're expecting, but the hope that you keep bringing to people is very much at your own expense, and you kind of know it. But you're wanting something better, just like everybody else is.
Alright, just as long as I'm not necessarily... I mean, I might be lying in a sense where, like, I know the city, but I'm not lying in the sense where, like...
No, like
I-
you genuinely
I-
believe that
okay.
there is good to be found there.
Okay, cool.
But you are less hopeful than you make it out to be.
Check. Alright. I can jive with that.
Alright. So, 30 minutes pass. The edge of this time involved in getting to Seattle. You cross eventually over the city limits via one of those horrible, like, highway clusterfucks that exist on the outside of Seattle that wind every which way and are suspended into the air. I hate them. I hate them so much. I love Seattle as a city, but I hate their traffic. But you end up making your way down one of those, and as you kind of level off as the sun is setting, you realize it probably earlier than once you get to the city limits, but there is no skyline. Seattle has a beautiful skyline, and there is no skyline. Everything is maybe, at the tallest, maybe 3 stories is the tallest structure that is left. But the streets are littered with rubble. There are a number of, just problems with the roads. You probably suppose you couldn't get pretty far into Seattle with the car at this point. You might have to walk the city, but you can still try. But it's getting more precarious, and you don't really have a direction. There aren't lights in this portion of Seattle. There are still alleys, and there are still potential dangers, but you don't have guidance at this point. So you're gonna have to figure out what you are looking for.
All right. Time for another decision, guys.
Yeah.
Do we find a building to hold up for the night and make our way further in during daylight hours, or do we try our luck?
How far out you are?
How comfortable are y'all in the car? Cause the car is mobile and stuff. So if stuff does go down, we can start it up and hit the gas.
Can't go very fast.
It's mobile.
Yeah, mobile, not speedily.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't know, cause there is the there is the ability to use this as a kind of a little bit of a small sanctuary for the moment being. We can wait. We could like hold up here and sleep here, and wait till morning, kind of find our way around then, if we don't want to find a building, because
I don't know.
So
Up
I
to
think
you
the
guys.
sentiment is we shouldn't be acting at night. Yeah, I feel like a lot of potentially dangerous things could be doing that. So yeah, whichever we choose to hold up, but I think we should hold up. Yeah.
I personally wouldn't have hold it against anyone shooting at shadows in the dark, because you never know what it could be. So I think if we just park somewhere and kind of get comfy, I guess.
That was the plan.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna let the car go dark and park somewhere in the city, like just find a building that is imposing enough to kind of wedge yourself between, or what's the goal, or where are you guys parking?
My guess, we should probably park if there is any electricity. Park in like underneath one of the street lights.
There is no electricity that you can find.
And I was
Looking
looking more
like
for a solid enough structure that we could possibly,
Look into in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Go. Yeah.
Allow that. Like I said, tallest buildings left, or tallest portions of buildings left, are about 3 stories. But you managed to find one on the intersection point between a couple pretty hilly, or what used to be a couple pretty hilly roads, and a sadly collapsed tin can looking building that just barely glints in the light as the remnants of what used to be the EMP. But you find you find an old, you presume kind of an apartment complex or a condo of some form. That portion of it is still standing, like it's just a big square brick structure that you can, park along the side if you're staying in the car. Keep pretty close to it.
All right, so this is good enough. Who's on first watch?
Are we
Oh,
doing
one.
2 and 2?
We could do the 2 and 2.
Sure.
I don't mind going first.
Sure. I'm fine with that.
Alrighty.
I'll go.
All
Okay.
right, then me and Fleo are on second watch.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
Charles, June, first watch. Go ahead and give me... give me a mental save.
So save.
Oh, that's a success.
Okay.
I'm gonna use one of my. Did I use my +2 or my -2 earlier?
You
On
used your
my-
-2 earlier.
-2? Okay, I thought it was the +2.
+2's
Okay.
bad, so you don't want +2.
Yeah. Cause I'd gotten. Oh, yeah. I got a 7.
2 successes. That portion of the evening goes unhindered. It is smooth sailing and comfortable. Light rain starts to hit the windshields. Jazz, Flea,
All right.
you both awake?
You said mental.
Yes.
Mhm.
A 10 for me.
13 for me, so that's a fail.
Okay. So a success and a fail. Okay. So, with a fail, we will impose some. I'm gonna make probably your first portion of your morning pretty impaired. Not doing super hot if you're gonna have to do anything super important, because you didn't sleep well before, and now you are dozing in the middle of your shift, but also it's not really giving you any kind of restful sleep, so you wake up pretty tired, not seeing much. Flea, in the distance, twice. You've noticed at night 2 trucks. They are pickups. They are driving slow, and their lights are on. You can see them kind of running parallels in certain portions of the city in the distance in different directions, kind of just doing rounds. They pass by you guys, not on the same road. You're not sure if that's because they're just not really great at mapping, or if they're looking for something specific, but it kind of looked like they were doing a sweep for something. But they don't get close enough to really warrant the need to wake anybody. And the morning arrives. Y'all wake up. Jazz, like I said, if combat does break out, you are impaired.
So, yeah. So in the morning when everybody's waking up, Jazz is pretty much going to be, my kingdom for a cup of coffee right now.
Uh,
Rude.
Go ahead.
I don't think we got any beans.
We also don't have a
Probably not.
pot, so
We could check inside.
that's probably for the best either way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're heading inside.
Well,
Inside
that
building?
depends on you guys. Are you guys looting a
Yeah.
building, or like what are you looking for? What's your plan?
My initial plan is just to to clear the building, or like if there is anybody in there, either make peace or, if need be, kill. But you know, killing's not gonna be something he's like roaring to go for at the moment.
Okay.
Doesn't have a sword. But just check inside the building, see if it would be a good spot for Jazz's bar to pop up and kind of make use of the space.
All right. So,
Yeah.
are you all following suit?
Sure.
Yeah.
Loot the building. Okay. So into the building you go.
I'm gonna hang back just a few steps to see if
Okay.
those trucks are out.
Okay. Sounds good. So you wait with hesitation and kind of watch, scanning side to side down the roads at the door of this building. The rest of you enter. The building looks to have been lived in more recently than it was destroyed. But nothing more than an errant blanket or crumpled newspapers, wrappers of something. Like, most people carry their lives with them, so there's not much to find. There are 3 stories, though, and there is a roof. Are you sweeping the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking for signs of life, like how recent, like if there's at least semi-fresh food out, and stuff.
Okay. Sounds good. Flea, you don't... I'm going to say this. You don't notice any of the trucks, but in the morning light off in the distance by a good ways, it looks like a couple blocks down, you could swear that you saw like the flashing glint of glass reflecting, just the tiniest amount of just sun flashing off of something in the distance. Looks like rooftop somewhere.
Okay, as I notice that, I will step in the door with my back to the door, like backwards into the door, and close the door behind me.
Okay.
And to whoever is nearest to me, I will relay that information and message, if anybody is even near me. If not, I will not tell anybody.
Sounds good. So, Charles and June said they were heading upstairs. June, one of the rooms that you search particularly has 3rd floor, windows open, has what looks to be a makeshift tripod out of twined together broom handles, that atop it sits half of a binocular, which I guess just makes it a monocular at that point, but
Yeah.
Facing out the window.
I'll go look. Well, I'll look around the room and see if there's anyone in there first. Check the corners. Always check the corners, folks. There's nobody in the room, seemingly. I'll go and look through the thing.
Okay. So, Charles, as you're going upstairs, you head to... you head up through the 3rd floor. You guys split wings. You end up making it to the spot where it has the steps up to the roof. The roof itself has fresher food on it. This is notable in, like, recently, within the last couple days, like discarded corn nuts and things, or like dropped corn nuts, sunflower seeds, non-perishables of that form. Probably like a third of a brick of ramen that somebody dropped and then it cracked and they were disappointed because they really wanted to finish that brick of ramen.
Let's see. So either someone is living here, or they were here. So my guess is on that second one. Cause, like, how old do they look? Like a day or two old? Like how much dust is on that brick of ramen?
The ramen is still fresh enough that you can see the like chicken seasoned salt on the top of it that has not been absconded, that the birds have not absconded with. So.
Okay, damn, that's fresh. Okay, fuck. Does the roof of this building connect to any of the the roofs of other buildings?
It does not.
Like, could...
This building is kitty corner to, or sits on a corner, so you're looking down a full intersection of roads either way.
Okay.
But but there's nothing that it directly connects to. In fact, the buildings adjacent to it would have been shorter, almost by design.
Okay. Would it be? Is it within like jumping distance?
Not
like
safe.
Like if someone
well, I mean, you
needed
could.
to, like they could like just yeet themselves across and onto the other building.
You know, with enough determination, a human can yeet themselves off of pretty much anything that is man-made and maybe survive. We've seen crazier shit.
Okay.
So is Jazz with me?
I would imagine Jazz would either be searching the first or second floor a bit more thoroughly while
I was just wondering.
Upstairs.
Just a point of clarification.
Yeah, no, totally fine.
Go ahead, Charles. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure.
It's all good. So I'm gonna pick up that third brick of rum and just kind of put it. Oh, is it like a dry brick of ramen?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, so they were eating it with the season dry. Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even put any water on that.
No, you just crack that puppy open and you pour that seasoning on it like a salt shaker. You tap it off so you don't get too much, and then you just eat it like a sandwich. Come on, my dude.
Hardcore saltines.
Oh god.
Dude, I lived off of those in like 3rd grade. It was the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna take.
You guys are learning a lot about me in this that I didn't realize that I was like manifesting as much of myself through this goddamn session that I was. But like, you've driven my car, you know my snacking habits. Like, what's next?
Tell us more.
No, I'm done. I'm good.
How does that make you feel?
Right now, it makes me feel like, now that I'm thinking about Seattle, I just burned my favorite Russian pastry place, and that makes me really sad.
Oh no. Maybe we can find it.
I mean, you could just say it survived.
Yeah?
I could.
You very good. You have the power.
You think? You think I do any of this on purpose?
Hope you do.
Wait,
you keep
not?
hoping, kid. Alright, so June.
Oh boy.
The glint
Time.
of that binocular shines down on a sign or a post, I guess. Large lamp post. It looks like somebody has hammered like stop signs and other things into the side of it to make kind of a larger, almost, space for a bigger sign. And against that is a plaque. And the plaque has a large old fish, which is facing to the right, down the street. So it sits on the back of an intersection. The fish itself is facing right, if you were to turn down the street that you were following with your eyes. But that is what the monocular is looking at.
Right. Oh.
Is it
Take
possible
mental
to tell
note
what
of that.
kind
It's on
of
my
fish?
mental piece of paper. I don't know, something tells me I gotta take out this fish.
It's gotta go. It needs to leave. No. What are you guys up to?
I'm gonna head down to everyone else and be like, I don't think anyone's actively living here. Signs point to someone did live here, but I think they've moved on. Don't know where to, how come, or what abouts. But it appears that this building is safe for us to occupy. That's what it appears to be.
So, really quickly, I'm going to retcon something because I wanted to pop in before anybody else was around.
Yeah.
And talk to Jazz. And I'm going to, like, attempt to be, like, as friendly, that's the only word I can think of to use, as possible. And be like, listen, man, I'm really sorry about all that gas station shit. It really went sideways. But I really do, like, if we're on the same team right now, and I don't know if we are or not, I think people are watching this place, but I'm not sure. So I just feel like maybe I should tell somebody who's a little bit more knowledgeable in this shit. Like, I have a little bit of knowledge and intel and how this stuff works, but, like, I don't know. I saw some trucks last night kind of doing some sweeps, and then as we were walking in, I watched some lights kind of flash. I'm just wondering if somebody's got their eye on this building for some reason. So, and...
Right. So we're not going back out the front door. We're going to look for a back door.
You got it.
Okay.
And at that point, I'm going to just stop talking.
Okay. So, you two end up downstairs after this conversation and reconvene with the two of them. Jazz, you would have found a portion of the building towards the back of it that had... there was a service exit. It's mostly just kind of crumbled now, but there is a way out through the back. If you guys are leaving through the back, where are you going next? Because as far as I am aware, mapping all of this, your car is basically...
In the front, yeah.
Yeah, right next to the front door. Are you hoofing it towards a direction?
Well, before we leave, I think Flea would kind of be like, all right, so let's, like, think of a game plan, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Jazz, do you, like, own a building in this town already, or are we just trying to find you a spot to...
Unfortunately, no, I do not have any legal claim as far as the world is now. I don't even think anybody has a legal claim to any buildings anymore. What is legality now? Besides the point, no, I don't have a building here in Seattle.
All right.
Hey, buddy, I don't know if there's really respect for laws at this point.
That is a big thing.
So do we want to try to travel deeper into the city, or do we want to... I mean, I know I just talked to Jazz about this, but man, like, I'm pretty sure somebody's watching this building to some degree. I mean, I'm sure that's kind of can be said about any building, but we could head deeper into the city. We could just post up here and kind of just...
There's risks and advantages to both options, really. Posting up here, we have easy access to outside of the town, but that's a double-edged sword, especially now that, as just pointed out, legality is very much an afterthought at this point. Case in point, little Miss Triggerfinger.
You're right.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't argue it.
So, for the sake of pacing, I think it is appropriate at this point because we don't have... you guys have plenty of directions you could travel. but mechanically, I guess outside of character and things, where are you guys at? What are you trying to do?
I don't know. I'm mainly looking for just if this is a suitable building for his for Jay's new bar, Jazz's new bar.
Oh, you would.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like now that we're here, like the sword's kind of on the back burner. Like there's a whole I could do a whole bunch of stuff to get my sword, get a sword back. But I don't really know, because I think just finding getting Jazz's bar back up and running is a good short-term goal. I don't know. I don't know what all the plan is or what the store outside of the story. I don't know what your plans are, Mads.
Well, of course, but
Jazz
Please
is in the
for
mind.
Oh, go ahead.
Jazz
Jess.
is in. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Okay, but yeah, Jazz is in the mindset that this building might do, even if it takes a little renovation work. But but with the whole somebody's patrolling the area and this building is possibly being watched, it might be a good idea to figure out what the local situation is first before
Social order might be good. There was also this like have a binocular, just like this broken set of binoculars in one of the windows in this building. So I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm in the mindset we should go further into town just to see if there is some social order established, so we can actually, make good with them.
Yeah.
Or
So you
figure out
start
if
on
we
the
actually
right
want
foot.
to stay.
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, Flea's basically just trying to see if any of the intel that she's received about the possibility of something good happening in Seattle is legit.
Mm-hmm.
And if she can catch wind of that, where to go. Like, just kind of trying to see if there's, like, if she can see people with rooftop farms or something crazy like that. Like, where she's like, oh, okay, there might be some sort of order there. Maybe
Sure.
we should head there.
And
Go for it.
I was just going to say, with the streets being kind of rubble filled, it's probably better if we went on foot than trying to drive the car around. Even with its extra mobility, it's probably not going to get us much farther than going on foot.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I make the car inoperable to people that are not us? I mean, it's an easy thing. Alrighty, I'm going to kind of pop out the kind of underneath the steering column and stuff. I'm going to kind of disconnect one of the wires leading to the actual the key start.
Fair enough. Like you could have told me that wire connected to anything. Like I don't know. So.
I don't know cars, man.
So
sorry, I know a lot of
No,
stuff.
you're good.
But we love it.
Rendering the car inoperable deliberately. You then take the time to begin hoofing it through the city. You end up walking down a pretty lengthy stretch of road, single story, number of buildings, passed by like a single story brick building with they're dusty, but the remnants of like glittered bricks. You continue forward, and the glass is busted out of things, and then you pass by. There's a lot of tagging towards the center of the city, and as you pass by June, you almost miss it because of the size. But one of the walls kind of tagged over in spots, but not enough to obscure it. There is a mural of a placard of a fish facing well, this one would be facing left, but the direction you guys are walking.
I saw that fish before, and now it's here again. I don't know what that means.
How
But
do you mean it's a painting? Like, is there like
yeah, there was
multiple
okay,
things
so I
with
looked
the same
through,
fish?
I looked through the half a binocular in the building, right? And so there was a sign that someone made, basically, that like was this same thing. They made like a little sign. Now there's a painting of it. I don't know. That might mean something, but
Maybe it's like a symbol for something.
It might be a
don't.
territory
seafood
marker.
restaurant could be like, I don't know, a
Maybe.
gang. I don't know why your sign would be a fish, but maybe.
Yeah. How detailed is this fish painting? This fish mural.
It definitely looks like it had a reference from something. It has.
Is this what color is this fish? If it was a painting, it'd probably have color.
It would probably have color, and my colorblind dumbass cannot remember the name of, cannot remember the color of that.
It's reddish.
Yeah, it is. It's basically like a kokanee, isn't it? Or at least it's got the bottom jaw of one, at least. But yeah, it's got kind of a salmonish visual.
Okay.
Antique placard, but it definitely looks like there was a reference to it. Like somebody muraled this after a physical object. They weren't just drawing a plaque of a fish.
Yeah. Fuck.
Well, I'm fairly sure I also know this fish.
Are there any words around it, or is it just the fish?
Now, the only spot that might have words would be the visual of a brass plaque at the base of the painted, like, board that it is connected to, but that part has been tagged over. You're not sure what it had said.
Okay. Maybe someone is censoring this fish.
I mean,
very possibly.
If they wanted to censor it, they'd probably just cover the whole thing up. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, or it could be, I don't know, it could be symbolism.
Jazz. You've been pretty cautious since wondering, who's around and what's being watched and the descriptions that Flea has given you. These are all paying attention to the fish, and you're kind of looking around while everybody's stopped because you guys have been idle for a minute. A couple blocks down, you can see the glint of light off of, again, a piece of glass refracting in a distance.
All right, folks, we're moving through the buildings. Let's get off the streets now. Come on, come on. Off the streets, in the buildings.
Okay. All right. So you dip into the alley, find a side space to kind of walk through the rubble of these buildings, some of which you're actually passing through, some of which you're just kind of nooking behind walls. And then it's not helping. As much as you want to be hiding from whatever this glint is that you've now seen twice, over the course of trying to traverse through a portion of, the next couple blocks, Jazz, as you are like just looking around, you see this in two other locations, up through either a window or perhaps a rooftop, but there's a number of these throughout the city that you're seeing as you move.
All right, not to alarm people, but we are officially being stalked.
June, did you grab that monocular, that thing that you had seen in that building, or did you not?
I didn't say I did, so I guess I didn't.
Alrighty, that's fine. We could try waving. Give him a friendly hello.
See if we have something in the supplies to signal.
Yeah, if we've got some rags and a marker or something.
Oh, either they're friendly and this is the right thing to do, or they're hostile and one of us is about to get shot.
Well,
Yeah, from 3 clicks out. But,
Are you guys trying to
Oh.
signal then?
I think
think
we are,
so.
yeah.
I guess
just
so.
give him, like,
we don't
right
have to.
hello.
We can keep walking. But, I mean,
I mean,
Yeah.
if they're everywhere,
I
then.
think I...
You know, they're not everywhere. There just are more of them. Like, it just feels like
Yeah,
you turn and you
like
move
it's-
when there's still another one.
Like, there's, like, a network of them.
Yeah, more or less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, next one we see, I'm fine with taking the risk, but, like, I'd just wave to him, give him a friendly hello, a nice smile.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does not take too long before you see the glint of another one of these off in the distance. And you wave. And you sit and you wave and just stand. And where you guys are, where you are seeing this, is the middle of an intersection. Jazz, as far as you are concerned, having military backing, this is a clean shot on any 5 of you. There's nothing. There's no response to wave, no pull of a trigger.
Is
Alright,
that,
so at the very least they don't want us dead.
Yeah,
Mhm.
my guess is it's kind of like the police force, except they're able to like view over a lot more ground. And they just have like a network, maybe walkie-talkies or something. And they're like, who the fuck are these people?
yeah, is there any way that I would recognize this from anything that I've heard from my intel?
Give me a social save.
3.
Okay. I mean, you've known a number of different. You know, if intel is the game, communication is the way to play. And if you're playing a game with communication, you don't always have to be vocal about it. And it occurs to you, while you were thinking of the different ways that this could play out, whether it not be for, you know, just somebody collecting recon on you or whatnot, that you very well may have just been seeing more of these monoculars all over.
So, like, not communicating, maybe communicating with each other, but more of just like a way to know who is who. If you have a monocular, you're on one side versus not.
Potentially, the existence of that could be a possibility. You know that what you know is that the monocular that you found was found with your party was left stationary. Nobody was carrying it around when you found it. It was just left in a building.
Okay. So, I'm gonna. No, that'd probably be metagaming. I won't do that.
Where is do we have eyes on one of the glint spots right now?
You do, because this is determinations being made while they're post Charles waving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pretty much follow, like, turn around and look in the opposite, like, pretty much follow where the glint would be pointing to.
Yeah,
Okay.
like where it's landing. I was thinking about doing that.
Okay, so you turn and you follow the direction of the glint. And painted cleanly against the corrugated face of a manhole cover is a fish.
And that's where the gleam is landing.
Mm-hmm.
What is with
They sure do like their fish in Seattle, huh?
I mean, seafood is pretty great, but
Yeah.
Which way is the fish facing this time?
That's a good question. The manhole cover sits in the middle of an intersection, and this particular fish is facing the building that is, if you're following the eye line, or the mouth line of the direction of this fish, it is a building 2 down from the corner of this intersection, down one of these roads is your best guess, if you're walking straight lining it.
Follow it.
I'm thinking follow it.
Yeah, this is gonna sound stupid, but we may want to follow the fish, like follow the direction this head is going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, someone's making signs, so maybe we should follow what they're leading us to something.
My concern is for the person that set up all of these monoculars and stuff, because that would take a whole lot of time. So if it was a single person, I don't know why they would go around this entire city and like place all of these things pointing at the same thing of a fish. I don't know. It's just I'm a bit lost.
Some people do a lot of weird things when they're bored.
Very true, but I don't know. Like, you should be looking for food. What? I don't know. I think they're weird. I'm gonna start walking off in the way of that the fish is pointing.
Okay. So you all follow the way of the fish. The door to this building is open.
No, that was a monk path.
The door to this building is open. You begin to. Are you walking into it? Are you scoping the building? What's happening?
Jazz is going to be a bit bold. He's going to walk up to the open doorway and knock.
Okay. The door rattles a little bit. It's actually not even locked. It just kind of swings a bit. It's not a clean swing, but it swings a little bit.
Pokes his head in a little bit and just kind of says, "Hello? Anybody in here?"
And no response.
Any fish lovers? Like, do y'all like fish here?
So, yeah. Proceed to do a 5-point room scan as he's making his way through this building.
Okay. On the roof, propped up against a cooler, wedged in between a couple of bottles to keep it facing a direction, is an old, what looks like a souvenir spyglass.
Alright, Jazz is going to look through it, and if he sees another fish, he's going to be annoyed.
Well, he's going to be annoyed. Because wedged in the center of a park, or by a tree next to, in a park that is barely standing at this point, is a weather vane, brass weather vane of a salmon, pointing in direction, secured so that it doesn't swing in the wind.
Is it a different fish than the ones we've seen before?
No, it's the same kind of fish.
Okay.
And just out of curiosity, just out of curiosity, which direction is the fish pointing in?
Pulls up a map of Seattle. Hold, please. It would be facing... Oh, where would you guys be? You would be... From your positioning, the fish would be facing southwest.
Right.
So it almost sends you towards it, and then back fish direction.
Yeah. Yeah, Jazz is not feeling the urge to want to keep doing all of this walking, in the afraid that this might end up as just walking around in circles. He's going to pick up the spyglass and then just trace that path while looking through the spyglass to see what might be along it.
Okay. All right. So a little tired. You're on a roof. You've got a spyglass. You take and you turn and you start to look, and the first thing you notice is that there are multiple fish. There are, on certain buildings, you pass by the similar muraling of a swordfish facing in an opposite direction, as well as like a couple of minnow painted on a thing. And these fish are becoming more dense as you start to follow this line down. But out of the list of them, you do eventually come across a set of traffic cones that, in perspective, line up to form the plaque, the antique plaque of a salmon-ish fish that you keep seeing around Seattle.
Okay, this is just getting ridiculous.
Okay.
From where we're standing on this rooftop, can I still use the spyglass to see where that fish is pointing?
Yes. And for the sake of expediency in sending you on this fish chase, if the goal is to track these fish, and you've nailed that down as a group, however you manage to do so, if you want to subvert it with actually using your own eyes and a spyglass, that is fine. But you eventually reach a place where you are getting peculiarly actual fish on, like, basically piked on rebar, or like on the top of like stripped stop signs and things. They look like wards, much in the same kind of intimidating fashion as someone would put heads on pikes, but it's fish. And in a city,
Fish.
and in a
That's
city of post-apocalyptic rationing, what you immediately recognize is whoever is doing this is deliberately wasting food.
Big flex.
Big flex.
Either big flex or bigly irresponsible.
Not
Either
really
way, they
exclusive.
might have resources better used by us.
Yeah. Or maybe they have just too much fish.
Either
I don't
way,
know.
better
Either
used
way.
by us.
True.
Yeah.
Yep.
So are you heading towards these fish spears?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay.
we all say hesitantly.
Just remember you spoke that just a little tighter.
Yeah.
We said
I'm gonna-
yes with a question mark at the end.
Yep.
Yes.
We really did.
We really did. We really did say that.
I mean, we
We out
have,
here.
at this point, we might as well be the white people in a horror flick and go towards the danger.
Well, we know
You
who's
said
gonna
it.
die first then.
Hey.
I'm not saying anything, but
I'm not the funny guy here.
Hollywood is.
I am not the funny guy.
Okay.
There you go. Good move.
All right. So
Yeah.
you all follow. You probably gaining advantage every once in a while hitting a building, but you follow these increasingly bizarre fish signs and fish pikes after a while. Before Flea, you hear you can hear people. You're the first to notice it, but off in the distance there are at least motion. Because the whole city's been dead silent up to this point. Almost uncomfortably so. There's just nothing in so much of Seattle right now.
Not even birds, dang.
But as you continue to get closer to this enigma, you do start to hear sounds. You all eventually start to hear it, but it picks it up to you because you could have sworn that you heard the door of a vehicle shut, a truck door.
Mention that to Jazz, since I have already mentioned to him about the trucks prior. And just to let you know, the trucks I was talking about, I have a feeling are right around the corner.
All right. So, be ready for this to go south.
Sure.
Are you?
So, you all brace yourselves, and you walk around the corner and past a kitty-cornered building, all of the glass still smashed in, single floor, that just faintly on the outside of it you can see the sign of a fading green, very, very recognizable green mermaid of the first Starbucks in the center, at the edge of Seattle, as you guys have just reached Pike's Place Market, sitting on the pier, and it is walled off entirely out of pieces of the Great Wheel, out of pieces of the collapse of the Space Needle, out of a lot of stop signs and different pieces of metal. There is probably a 9-foot ramshackle metal wall around the length of Pike's Place Market, which is a pretty hefty length of the pier, in all honesty. Pike's Place is just the centerpiece.
In all
Might have been
honesty,
what we
this
were
is
looking
kind
for.
of impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting
So-
atop the... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say... sitting...
So this is like the outer walls to the city and stuff?
Well, so Pike's Place Market
Right.
sits on the pier. So this is the westernmost point of Seattle, more or less.
Okay.
This is the west coast. This is the ocean. And you can smell it, you can hear it, but you can't see it because of this wall. The street, for the most part, has been entirely walled off. You're kind of prevented from entering it. The signage for Pike's Place, the original stuff, is one of the few pieces of the city that actually was not collapsed or reclaimed by these walls.
Is there anyone like on top of the wall, like looking over it? Like, are there any guards or anything?
Not at first.
Okay.
But as you approach, you realize that there are. They turn, and they are, or as they turn and they step, you realize that there are battlements broken out of the centers of these walls, and these people are wearing similar ramshackle steel, cut into, at first glance, like fish scales and things. But as they stand in the center of these battlements, they just kind of blend into the wall.
That is impressive. I must ask, do those battlements also have matriculations?
No,
Ah,
they are sheer.
Okay, so no crenellations.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
What? No, that is what they're called.
No, I know that's what they're called.
Yeah.
I'm building a
Sorry,
wall out
nerd
of
shit.
garbage, folks.
I mean, they could have had an
Some-
architect that specialized in medieval defensive structures.
You know what? I'm not gonna put it past them. You guys have fought bees the size of, like, fucking robins, so...
So, I'm.
No, should we look for a way to go in?
Yeah.
And you know that there
Yeah.
are people watching now. Takes a
Mhm.
second to pay attention to them, but there are people along the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm gonna
hi.
wave. G'day.
Hello.
The one closest to you, and even a couple, they're kind of staggered as to who actually responds, but they look down at you as you kind of tentatively wave and say hello and stuff, and they kind of give nods. Some of them will kind of raise a pike.
Are you the gatekeepers or something like that? I don't. We are all really new to town, so.
We know.
Please do not make this a Monty Python reference.
I
Or do.
don't know Monty Python well enough to make
No, I was saying that
make
to the cards.
references. But if you've got two halves of a coconut.
There it is.
The other one of them down the line starts laughing a little bit, and he shouts back and he goes, "Haven't seen that movie in ages."
Very few have.
So I'm just gonna continue walking up towards them, just really relaxed and trying not to pose as like any sort of threat, and kind of just really calmly, walking up towards them, it's like kind of just like getting closer to like conversational distance.
Yeah. The one directly in front of you looks down. And they go, "It's quite the feat not getting lost in all the mess. How'd you make it out here?"
I don't think you'd believe us if we told you.
Actually, I think they would, given how they're dressed. Yeah, your sign work. It's
Very
Fishy?
roundabout. It worked, but very roundabout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same guy who was talking about the Monty Python movie down the way shouts and he goes, "I did the really big one. One of my favorites."
Impressive.
Very good workmanship.
Thank you. Can you just? Can you? And he's like, you're not sure if this is. Hey, can you just let him in, please?
Just want to talk.
And the one directly in front of you guys, looks down at the four of you and he goes, "Yeah, all right. None of you are threatening, right? You're all
I've got a few screws loose, but you know, that's it.
sure."
I mean, we're visibly armed, but we're not holding them in any way of readily usable.
Yeah. You'll seem
So-
like nice chaps.
Kind of nods and he goes, "Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think most of us are. Give me just a sec, I'll be down. You can come meet the boss." Goes and
Alright.
walks down, and you can hear kind of the clink of metal, and he opens the door, takes his helmet off. He's probably 20, 23-ish. And he looks at the four of you, and he goes, "Yeah, just follow me." He's down on the bottom floor. Any of you ever been?
No,
I mean, in the before times, this is different, but
not even.
Can't say I have, no.
I've been to the city in the before times.
I'm sorry, but at least you get to remember it for what it was. It was quite the place when it was tall.
True.
Mhm.
Come with. And he sets the helmet down next to the door as he closes it. And, kind of
Oh,
walks
Charles.
with
Check
you.
off a Mad Max reference as well.
Charles will ask, so I heard, if I believe this is the right place. You used to have a monument that went into space, something like that. Am I
Something like
mistaken?
that. it was quite the sight, but it also was valuable resource-wise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine if it did survive after the war, it probably got scavenged to fall down or
Oh.
scavenged to bits and pieces.
A lot of the white that you see on the wall was portions of what was still usable of the Space Needle.
Okay.
But
And did it actually go to space, or was
No.
it just really tall?
it was just very
Just
tall.
really tall.
Ah. So why is it called the Space Needle?
Because it was really tall.
But it's
See?
not in
And-
space.
And at this point, this guy's going to
Oh.
turn to kind of, as an aside to the three of you, and he goes, he knows that it's only been like a year, right? Is he okay?
We're still
Sometimes
debating
yes,
about that.
Sometimes no.
No,
Okay. All right. Well,
we're okay with him not being okay, but no, he's not okay.
okay. And he's going to continue
I'm
forward.
saying that out loud as Fleet.
Yeah.
We're just saying it like she's just acknowledging it. we're
So,
living with it.
Charles will deadpan just shrug. But I can't help but laugh.
if you've ever been to Pike's Place Market, there is an interior portion of it. A lot of it's kind of, there is a lot of open air, but there is actually 3 floors that delve deep down through it that are filled with kind of their own mall worth of like strip mall spaces. The bottom of which used to be a comic book shop. The Wall of Gum is also down there. All of this is still intact. And as you descend, most of these stores, with glass fronts still intact, house people. A lot of these are apartments, is what it looks like, or turned into, communal housing, or one of them was turned into a kitchen, a large kitchen space, and there are people bustling back and forth, and everybody's very friendly.
I would imagine they would have used the food court for that.
Well, I mean, mind you, above them is also a fishery. It's just an auxiliary space for food. It's not like the main cafeteria.
Fair enough.
But you travel down to the bottom floor, make your way to the back. The windows have been blacked out and then repainted over the front of with this big fish that you keep seeing all over the place. As the man who's been leading you opens the door, it's a fairly nice, like, den office space. Very much more like a home as opposed to a communal living thing. Very comfortable. And as all 4 of you enter, and the door kind of clicks closed behind you, the man who had brought you there just goes, "Hey, the 4 that showed up last night, they made it. We weren't sure, but they got here. I'll leave you to it." And he clicks the door closed behind you.
Oh, that's comforting to know that we've been tracked this entire time.
Oh, I told you.
And
We knew that. Kinda. Sorta.
walking out is
It's way sketchier though.
walking out from the backspace is an older man. Looks to be some semblance of an antiquarian in his own right. Salt and pepper beard. And he takes off. He's kind of wearing a robe over the rest of his clothing. Some fur around the sides of it. And he takes it off and he sets it aside in this kind of weird, gaudy sense that is entirely unnecessary because he is incredibly welcoming, and he looks over at the 4 of you, and he lifts he leans down and he picks up a teacup and and the tea set that has been out. Hadn't maybe noticed up to this point. He pours himself a cup of tea and he walks towards the four of you and he goes, "Oh, I am so glad that you all made it. I wasn't sure. It's very interesting to see who shows up at those walls. And we don't see nearly as many people lately as we did when all of this first happened. Mind you, we have more protection and measures involved, but if you're
Games can be a bit scary.
looking for something, we're here to help. If you are here to find solace, welcome home." Pike's Place is the last spot on the pier, or last spot on the coast that is, I can safely say, as I've taken the time to collect everybody and put this together, truly safe. I don't know for how long, but it's somewhere to stay. And if you want to contribute, it's all yours.
Absolutely.
Is there such thing as a vibe check in this game?
Yeah, that would be a social save.
Alright, I'm just gonna vibe check him. Just it. Oh no. I got a 19.
Very nice.
Oof.
You know, I've been the sensibly paranoid one so far. Let me also vibe check this man.
Sure.
He
I
seems
think he's
very
great.
friendly.
Yeah, no, that is a 14. I failed by 1.
Very nice.
Oof.
Everybody's pretty trusting of this guy. He has no reason to. I mean, his face is so welcoming. Smooth voice. Just calming to be around, and he looks at the four of you and he goes, "I understand any apprehensions. It's a weird thing. The fish is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Catches
It's
people off
touch.
guard.
Yeah.
But what it does," and he sits down at one of the couches and starts pouring tea for the other four of you with this set. He goes, "What that fish does is weed out the curious. Those who want to know why a fish is painted on a wall are not the kind of people who would show up to tear down what we built. Nobody follows a fish because they're malicious.
They follow the fish because they've seen 70 of them.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of people get sick of the fish. But this particular fish is important to us because it keeps the curious and those who still have hope present. People show up because this is the unifying reason that we all showed up. And to tell somebody, I found home because of a fish painted on a wall, nobody would believe you. And so we remain anonymous."
I mean, a year ago, if you told me that I would burn down my bar to murder hornets, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are!
And here you are. Serendipity would have it that we have yet to find a bartender. If that's something you're classically trained in, we can definitely use the assistance.
Alright, well, I just need to find a space, find a source of alcohol, and I can get started then.
Plenty of time for that. But if you've no other questions, feel free to explore.
I
And-
do have a question, actually.
Of course.
Does it have a name, the fish?
The fish?
Yes.
It does.
What would its name be?
Well, nobody knows its actual name. Its true name is kind of lost to time, as it were. But
Okay.
folks around here endearingly have just named it Old Bitey.
Congratulations, chat, we called it.
Interesting. I called it from the first sighting. Heck, are you okay? You alright there?
You
There's
have
a-
broken me.
Yeah. And so he'll nod and be like, "Righty, do you know of like a smith? Do you have any smiths like nearby?"
Did you see the boys' armor? They made that out of stop signs.
Yeah.
We have.
I'm looking for something that like to deal with something more stocky, and he'll show him his scabbard. And I lost the better part of this just a little bit ago, and I'm looking to maybe replace it.
Out of character, refresh my memory. What kind of sword were you using?
My guess would
One.
be more of like a German longsword, like a longsword or a German claymore. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Fair enough. Now he looks at you and he chuckles and he goes, "No, I know what you meant. So we do have somebody who is able to. They have the skills. We're still trying to find them the equipment. But if you want to lend a hand, I'm sure it would go
Absolutely.
faster."
Yeah.
So we
Do
have
what
a
we can.
bartender. We have somebody looking for a blacksmith. What about the other two of you? Where can we find you a place to be happy around here?
See, I did lose a friend before all of this, and I was wondering if he might be here. He's a doctor of some sort, and
Doctor.
I don't know, maybe he's practicing here somewhere.
You know, I'm sure that if you took the time, because as much as I remember a lot of things, I don't remember everybody. But I'm sure that if you took the time to search them out and you knew they were heading this way, if they are much like the four of you, then this doctor friend of yours would turn up. It's not a mystery that couldn't be solved. What about you? You've been quiet. You're still nervous about all of
Lee's
this. I
going
get
to
it.
just like smack her face like, is this a fucking dream? Is this real? Like, this can't be real. Like, how about we just make sure this is really happening, because I am not fully convinced.
Well, what can I do for you to convince you that you've actually found somewhere you can relax? You don't have to be so tense.
So she's just gonna take that in for a second, and she's gonna go, you know, I think I'm just gonna need some time.
This is one of the few places that time can actually be afforded, because we're not being assailed by everything else on the outside. So, if that's what you need, you're in the right place. Please, all four of you, take a look around. Go explore, find a place for the four of you. I'm sure there are still spaces that are collective enough that all four of you could bunk in proximity, if it would make you more comfortable. But if you ever need anything, I'm down here, and if you're ever out and about and you lose your way, you know how to make it back.
All right. Before we head out for exploring, is there any rules or laws or customs that we should keep in mind?
It will make me sound like a cult leader to say it, but I promise it is not. but we will accept anybody who follows the fish. And until proven otherwise, it's never steered us wrong. Metaphorical as that may be. So, be open. A lot of people here are working through their own things from the apocalypse of the year prior. And it's a little weird.
Okay, so general, don't be a dick rules. Gotcha.
Correct. In nicer
Not my
words, but
forte.
yes.
What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Sure.
That's not important. I'm just an old man who helped people find sanctuary. And he smiles and he sets his cup of tea down and stands up and he goes, "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a couple other things that I need to take care of." And he picks up his rope and he places it over his arm and drapes it and walks back out of the space into the recesses of the back of this old shop that's been repurposed into a lounge.
Charles will, as this dude is leaving, he'll go, "Have a great day, Captain."
As you do, without even turning, from just the back of his head, you can see, and he walks through the door, and I think that's a comfortable place for us to wrap for the night.
Yeah,
All right.
that was
Strangely
amazing.
hopeful.
Yeah,
That went well
all the
enough.
way of the fish.
That's exactly how I'm feeling about 2021.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Well, thank you for sticking around for that ride. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. Some lulls here or there. It's definitely a
That's
more
great.
relaxed game than I have run in the past. But 2020 was rough, and this is my bizarre TPK send-off into a year packed full of hope, more stuff to come, and more fish to follow. We'll go back around the table, let everybody say goodbye. I'll wrap us up. If you have any final thoughts, feel free, but go for it, June.
Alright. Hey guys, it's me, Sir Hecklot, you know. And this is Snickers, and she's been sitting here for a little while. But yeah, you can find me at Sir Hecklot on Twitter and Instagram on our very cool Discord that
You
stream out
trying
this
to
link.
make this into an ASMR?
I have to be quiet.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
late.
But yeah, you'll see me on Sunday talking about everything that just happened right now on Total Party Recap. So tune into that. That's gonna be crazy. That's all I got.
And then me?
Yep.
Okay. It's Chouse, or just Chouse. I played Charles. You can find me on, it's Chouse or Chouse pretty much everywhere. But yeah, I did a different style of character, with Charles. And I actually enjoyed it. So it's really nice playing as a dumb character who doesn't really know everything that's going on. Yeah, because you can only go so far as a nerd.
Alright, guys, my name's Chrissy. I play Flea. Art. I don't even know how to describe her at this point, I guess. Trigger happy is the best way, I guess, we described her. Yeah, this was a fun game. This was different, and I appreciate that the end was hopeful. That was
Yeah.
that was a really cool fucking way to end this game.
God, now I want to
So-
write a book.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Old Bitey being the symbol of hope. This is
Be the change you
This
want to
is
see in the fish.
propaganda.
wow. All right,
Yeah.
you said that. So you can find me all over the TPK Discord and on Instagram at innocent_bones. you'll see me in this Thursday. We have Queen's Gambit, which is our Tyranny of Dragons campaign, so that's when you'll see me next. And yeah, grateful to be here. This was a lot of fun, and sorry for freaking everybody out for the first 15 minutes or so. Bingo, bango.
Oh yeah, I blacked that out of my memories. I'm like, I'm not gonna remember that.
All right, and I think I'm the last one. So, yep, I'm Shock Point Failure. You can find me in the Discord of TPK as Shock Point Fail. You can also find me here on Twitch under the name of Shock Point Failure, as well as most other places similar in such fashion. And just like on my own streams, I suck at outros. I also was here playing as Jazz, the ex-military who got roped in with these idiots.
Fair enough.
Idiot's a bit of
Yeah.
strong word. We prefer morons.
Either
All
way.
right. Yeah, tomato, tomato. But thanks, guys, once again. My name's Carlman Turner on Twitch, Discord, and hopefully once I unify all of my social media handles, I go by Mads, J.K. Madigan. I was your host, your GM, your narrator, whatever you want to call me. The title makes no difference. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Carlman Turner. You can find me on Discord and Twitch at JK Madigan. And tomorrow, I run a... If you've never seen my streams, I apologize that this is the one you jumped in on, because tomorrow I'm running a very different game, in which we basically play Destiny if we were to scratch off the serial numbers and bake it into a tabletop RPG. Yeah, so I run a show called The Top Shelf every other week, in which we explore a new tabletop role-playing system and then discuss it after the game. It's a good time. Everybody dresses to the nines, and it's it's great. Come check it out. And there's tons of good stuff on TPK all the time, and it's only getting busier. So if you guys ever run out of stuff to watch, we got plenty. But
So
till
much.
next time, it's been a slice.